We're unmuted.
Okay, good morning, El Dorado County, and welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is February 10th, which I can't believe. Wasn't it just January? And the time is 9 a.m. I would like to welcome Pastor Chris Scott to please join us for the invocation. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll pull it closer. Is that better? Okay.
I'll get in real close and low like this and then solve that problem. Oh, wait, there's a button, isn't there? Oh, look at this technology. All right, cool. I'll make sure I bring it back down to normal height here. Good morning, board. Thank you. It's lovely to see everyone here today. I had kind of a cool opportunity yesterday. I got a chance to go on a little hike and kind of a little prayer walk yesterday down at the Consumnes River Gorge. And I know we're not having spring officially yet or anything like that, but this fall spring that we're having, it was beautiful out there. And it was all the granite domes in conjunction with all the green grass and stuff that's starting to bloom. Just reminding me that we live in a really special place. It's a really beautiful place, and I'm really thankful for it. And so with that heart and that posture, I'd like to enter into a prayer this morning. So if you please join me in that. Lord, thank you for this beautiful piece of land that we get to live in, that we get to call home, and we get to call El Dorado County. Thank you for the way that you've constructed it and put it together. Thank you for the people that live within it. Thank you for all the natural resources that you give us in order to be able to use them not only to recreate and enjoy, but also to help take care of our lives, to take care of our families. You have really given us a beautiful and special place, and we're thankful for that. And so we ask for your wisdom and discernment in how to navigate these resources that we've been given, this piece of land that we get to call home here. We pray that for protection over it, not only of the land itself, but also the people living within it too. And we ask for your ongoing wisdom and discernment in navigating all of the matters on today's agenda. And we pray for a spirit of peace and unity and trying to navigate these challenges and realizing that sometimes we have to make a hard call. And that's okay, because it's the best that we can do with what we got right now, and we give the results to you. We give all of this to you today. And again, ask for your blessings upon this time. It's in your name that we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Veerkamp, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Yes, please stand and uncover. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
All right. Madam CAO, are there any changes to the agenda that was posted to the public on February 4th?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Are there any consent items that my colleagues wish to comment on or pull for discussion? I will start to my left. Mr. Veerkamp.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 20, and I'd like to register a no vote on item 30. With just a quick explanation, I never heard of the contractor. The bid is front-loaded, in my opinion, and could lead to potential change orders down the road.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, that was just some comments on item 20. Brian's going to pull it.
Thank you. Ms. Parlin.
Yeah, I have two things. So for clarity, is item 30 being pulled or just you're registering a no vote?
No vote.
So no vote. It's on consent. Okay. So that, and then I just want to make a quick comment on item number 9. I just want to thank the board for their support on this item as our small rural fire districts move forward towards sustainability. The partnership of the county is really appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ferrero.
No, thank you.
All right. We will now take public comment on all matters on the consent calendar, including item number 20, which has been pulled by Mr. Veerkamp. Public comment on closed session items will also be taken at this time. So to be clear, closed session items numbers 1 through 6, consent items numbers 7 through 24, with a small clerical correction to number 16 and the addition of number 30. If you wish to comment at this time, please identify which item or items you will be addressing. So we'll go ahead and open up public comment. Ms. Dawson.
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Thank you for bringing up item 30. What that is for the people that have not the agenda in front of them relates to doing surface treatment of our roadways and specifically South Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
So it's probably important for our chair to get that work done. But the point is always picking the right contract requires more than just taking the low bid. It requires to look at what they've done and what they are consistent in terms of how they operate. So thank you very much for commenting on that. Item 1, this has to do with what we've talked about over the last month or so related to public comment. And I believe as the item that you will discuss, essentially the cure and correct, having to do with whether it's lawful to have made these adjustments over the weeks and weeks of our participation under this system. This is a policy. It began with the new year. And in my mind, it's still not the right thing. And that's my comments. I'll leave my time for others. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public? Please come forward. Good morning. Are you okay? Please feel free to come back up if you wish to make comments.
Ruth Michelson, District 4. Maybe Peg was making a statement about the public being silenced. Who knows? Yes, I'd like to comment. All right, how's that? Thank you. I'd like to comment on closed session number 1, which has to do with the consolidation of the comments and the Brown Act request that was made by Lee Tannenbaum. So I have read the Brown Act because I do my homework. And I do know that you are, by the skin of your teeth, applying the Brown Act. And that what you've done to consolidate, you could say, does fall within that. But I think it's important you look at the court cases that have been brought regarding this similar action that you have taken. You are not on the winning side. Specifically, and I know this it's in your Brown Act, all these court cases have been cited, and I really suggest you look them up. But specifically Olson versus Hornbrook Community Services District. Yeah, they tried to do this, didn't work out. So I think your counsel would, it would do well if your counsel advised you on this. I do understand it is the responsibility of citizens when they come to make comment, that they comment at the right time, and they do have some semblance of information on what they're speaking. And I know this can be frustrating for you when people speak at the wrong time, which I've noticed since the beginning of the year. So many of these comments should have been made at open forum. And then I noticed at the hearings that you have, which do allow commenting, sometimes people are unaware of the legal restrictions you have, such as with the gas station and the car wash, et cetera. Hopefully the public would be more informed, and perhaps you could explain to them the limits of what your decision-making could be. So you would have fewer comments that are not relevant to the issue. Okay. What I want to say is, I really see you as a very powerful group. I truly do. You make big decisions for this county, especially when it comes to budget times. You cut programs, you add to programs, you hold high position, and I think it's the job of the public to let you know when they feel what you're doing is not what they approve of. We're not always going to be positive in what we have to say. I think you could interpret when you don't hear from us, you are getting approval. We could do better at giving you praise, but I do think for a responsible government, you have to allow us to comment in an appropriate way at an appropriate time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Gina Posey, candidate for Supervisor District 4. My comments concern closed session items 1 and 2 regarding the cure and correct letters. In November, the board agendized, but it was not clearly agendized as required by the Brown Act to propose changes to public comment. There were no options, there was no staff analysis, there was no description of how public comment would be altered. This item did not adequately inform the public of the nature or scope of the action being considered as required under Government Code Section 54954.2. At the time, the proposal was described as an experiment. The experiment was approved based on the expectation it would make board meetings more efficient. There is no data demonstrating that this has occurred. It was also approved based on the belief that the public was frustrated with waiting hours for non-time specific items to be called. While waiting may be inconvenient, the public did not consent to trading that inconvenience for the loss of their statutory right to participate meaningfully in the board's consideration of agenda items. Government Code Section 54954.3 requires that the public be given an opportunity to address the legislative body before an item is heard. It undermines the intent and purpose of the Brown Act to not have this occur. This experiment has now been in place for a month, and it is producing serious unintended consequences. As implemented, this change has effectively disconnected the public from the decision-making process. So I respectfully ask the board this question. When you approved this change, how did you foresee the public being able to provide meaningful comment when they would not know what would be presented, what would be clarified, what new information would emerge, what changes might be proposed, nor would they have an opportunity to correct misinformation or to respond to the board's discussion? Simply stated, how did you expect the public to comment on the unknown? Thank you for the consideration of my comments.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Board. I'm Lee Tannenbaum, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County and the more than 150 residents who have signed the public petition in just a few days about this new public comment policy, who want the policy rescinded. This response is not organized opposition, it's organic concern. It was a good experiment to try, but it isn't working for the residents of El Dorado County. People are paying attention because this policy directly affects their ability to participate in decisions that impact their property, their community, and their taxes. Under the new policy, public comment on non-hearing agenda items is consolidated into a single 3-minute period held before staff presentations and before board discussion begins. That means that the members of the public are asked to speak without hearing the staff report, without knowing the full recommendation, and without understanding how the board is framing the issue. Then, once the discussion begins, when questions are answered or new information comes out, the public is no longer allowed to speak. At that point, decisions are moving forward, but the public is locked out. That is not meaningful participation. Public comment is not about taking time on the agenda. It's about allowing the public to respond to the information being considered while it is being considered. The Brown Act guarantees the public the right to address a legislative body on matters of public interest before or during the body's consideration of an item. a process that requires people to speak before they have information and then prevents them from responding once deliberation begins undermines that purpose. It's also important to note that nearly all California counties still allow item-by-item public comment, including during board consideration of non-hearing agenda items. El Dorado County's current approach is not the norm. This is not about efficiency, it's about access, and it's about trust. When more than 150 residents sign a petition in just a few days, it should send a clear message. People feel their voice is being reduced, not respected. Today, we are asking the board to take a straightforward and reasonable step, rescind the consolidated public comment policy adopted under agenda item 25-2034, restore item-by-item public comment on non-hearing agenda items, and reaffirm that public participation is a core value of our county governance. This is not a request for more time, it's a request for the right time. The petition will continue to grow, and this does not need to become adversarial. The board can correct this now, restore confidence, and show the public that participation still matters in El Dorado County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm waiting for full engagement. Mrs. Parlin, do you mind at least looking?
I was writing your name in
you.
my notes. I remembered that you spoke on the item, just so you know, Leo.
I know. We have a great relationship and I don't think you'll forget.
I've written everybody's name down, so I remember who spoke.
Perfect. Thank you. So you've heard everybody speak. And I want to point out to you all the way back in 1992, not binding, the Attorney General stated, and I'm reading, that questions presented to him concerning reasonable regulations, my emphasis, limiting the total amount of time on particular issues in each individual speaker varies with the facts and the circumstances. That to me, in addition to meaningful impact and the trust of the public, is the key, reasonable. As Lee stated, most of the court cases say somewhere between 3 minutes and 5 minutes is reasonable. You can drop it down to 2 or 1 if there's a whole bunch of people. There are no court cases that say that your policy that you adopted is within the means of reasonableness. And I can speak to you as a teacher. If I were to give a lecture, but ask the students to take the test before it, we wouldn't think it's reasonable. And to ask us to comment, to ask you to remember the comments people say on an item that you're going to discuss in the afternoon, all of that just doesn't meet the test of reasonableness. But above all, I urge you to listen to the fact that we live in a time where your connection, your trust with the citizens is so critical. And if I can go to a progressive left-leaning meeting and they're very unhappy with this policy, if I can go to the taxpayers, a centrist group, they're very unhappy. And if I can end my day with the patriots who are on the other side of the progressives, you have managed to unify, as the pastor said, all of the citizens, but not in a way that I feel is helpful. Under the Brown Act, you can respond to us right now and just simply give direction to staff to bring this back a bit earlier and have a full, robust conversation. I watched your decision-making on the 18th. You were at the end, you were tired, it was quick. Please just bring it back so we can all truly unify. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thanks, Leo.
Thank you. Good morning.
Ironically, I used to work with a bunch of you that would push for more transparency. And I guess you're frustrated with hearing from the same people over and over, and thus you've changed this process, which is really sad because the people that are speaking over and over, I've worked for 3 different departments of the county. I work with building and planning in my profession. I probably know more about, and I still get phone calls from people in different agencies. And I got text today. I really don't want to be here anymore because it's just, I feel like you're destroying our county and there's nothing left we can do. You're on a path that everything, I wasn't going to go here, but in fact, before I wanted my time started, point of order on, can you pause for a second as a point of order question? Veerkamp pulled number 20, supervisor, and doesn't that normally put it on department matters? Because you can't do a consent vote if you've now pulled it for not consent. In fact, you're even when you vote yes or no on a consent item, it's not legal because you've not consented all 5. So my question, you said to comment now on 20, which I think is another violation of the Brown Act. I just point that out. So back to, I wish you would go back to listening. I mean, Chris Payne worked for DOT. He wrote the standards for transportation that you are still using today. And you've got a planning commissioner that calls in all the time. So these aren't people that are just, they're giving you some knowledge that you may not have. So I want to go to 20 since I have to talk on it here. This is another illegal process that has been adopted by your staff and approved by the Board of Supervisor. The plan passed with Measure E does not allow for the board to sidestep traffic mitigation for low-income housing. I wrote it that way intentionally because everyone deserves safe access and safe roads. That's one of the main titles of your general plan, but I think you've thrown that in the toilet too. So maybe we need to make that known that you no longer intend to abiding by the general plan. And then we know where to go with that. But anyway, this area is a dangerous location. There's 2 deaths that happened at that exact location that I know of. The project does not have the required parking for commercial that I remember when I looked at this, and there's none for residential. So you can manipulate CEQA, but not the law that was passed by the voters and approved through the courts. So I don't know why you're offsetting, and I still, this is mitigation. The TIF fee was to deal with the mitigation that was approved with Measure Y, Measure E, and the staff intentionally changed it to TIF because we kept talking about TIM. In your general plan, it still talks about TIM, but again, I think we're ignoring that book also. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time in the room on either closed session items or consent agenda items?
I have airport stuff. Is that next one?
That's the next one. Yeah, thank you. Okay, can we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Good morning, board. Kelly Nalavaya, El Dorado Hills, District 1. Regarding closed session 1 and 2, a lot of articulate comments, so I'm not going to repeat. I support all of those who have expressed our frustration, but I kind of want to go into a deeper issue, and that's what the beautiful prayer this morning talked about: discernment. And we all have that moment of discernment. I know I certainly have in the last 72 days, and things maybe are more clear, or we look at things in a different perspective. And like I said a couple of weeks ago, there's nothing wrong. In fact, it's wonderful to have discernment and say, you know what, maybe I wasn't really right on this decision or this thought process or this philosophy, and maybe I need to relook a little deeper into myself and what you were elected to do and who you were elected to represent. We are a constitutional republic for the people, by the people. By suppressing public comment into the jurisdictions that you've done where there really isn't public engagement, because we don't always know what we're engaging in, is really not just disrespectful and against what I believe is our constitutional rights, but it's also, saying to an individual personally, I don't respect you. As Sue articulated, meeting after meeting that the same groups tend to participate in. The information is just incredible. The knowledge of process and procedure, whether it's past experiences on planning commissions or departments or other governmental agencies that these people bring to the conversation, it makes me ponder, maybe that's the intent, is we don't want the public to hear those perspectives because we've already made a decision that we're going to push A, B, or C through. And by highlighting their comment at the appropriate time, which is when all of the information has been presented, we really don't want the public to hear that. And, yes, we can submit by email, but let's face it, the general population who may turn in after the fact or during a meeting aren't always, taking that deep dive. So again, please discern, take the prayer this morning to your heart and just say, maybe this wasn't the right thing to do, especially if litigation may get involved. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
Good morning. I got interested in El Dorado County politics vis-a-vis land use, and that is the Serrano subdivision and ultimately the land use decisions that made that possible. I've spent a considerable amount of time at the El Dorado Hills CSD at their podium and repeatedly identified that they are burning down the house, and that is absolutely true. They've lost general manager after general manager. Their CFO is now moved on. Their principal planner is moving on, and so on. I'm speaking to closed session item number 1, and that is that now this burn is running up the hill to Placerville. The item related to public comment, any effort to make public comment not be meaningful or not seen as helpful should be concerning. You all framed this, staff framed this as an improvement. It's not an improvement. It's a limit on our ability to be helpful. It's a limit on our ability to be meaningful in our participation. If it were an improvement, as it was framed, you would take public comment in the beginning, and then you would take additional public comment from anybody who hadn't had an opportunity at that earlier juncture to make additional public comment. I'm going to turn to what I think is the reason for this, the impetus for this change. It isn't efficiency. It isn't to be helpful. It's because public comment is becoming more and more pointed and pointed to what's wrong in this county. Developer-funded items are on this agenda today. Developer-funded items, developers are behind a good deal of what you all decide in terms of land use that affects the entire county's population and drives public comment you don't want to hear. Public comment like, you're seated in your positions today by money funneled through the chambers of commerce given to them by developers, which is a good old conflict of interest. So now you want to shut down public comment because lots of developer funded items need no public comment. And you're trying to shut it down to the extent that you possibly can, anywhere you can. And now you face a cure and correct, which probably, if you don't fix this, would result in some sort of litigation. And I would guess that litigation would include FPPC challenges and tying all of your funding back to developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. Just briefly on items 1 and 2, I agree with what everybody else has been saying. And we've all been saying ever since this came up, and even on the day it was decided, I said some things. So I am certainly hopeful that you're going to take action to show you understand that in fact the public is relevant and that we are necessary to the process again. The other item I want to bring up is item 17. So the total approval for the Diamond Springs Parkway project was just done in April 25 for a contract amount of $15.8 million. In January of this year, you already approved an increase of 612,000, and today you have 500,000. So that's $1.1 million in increases just within the last 10 months on that Parkway project. I would like to recommend that you keep a close eye on it and maybe get an update as to how it's actually looking and how much overrun we're anticipating to have. And then on consent item 20, which I think has been pulled, to the point, obviously, everybody likes to say that, oh, the county doesn't actually pay anything for the low income stuff and we're not impacted by it, but we are. And just remember, any grants or stuff like that, it's still all taxpayer money. So the fact that this one, it says that the offset is being recommended at only 15%, because the developer has not demonstrated sufficient experience in developing or managing deed-restricted affordable housing. So that means county staff's going to have to be providing more support, which is why they're suggesting to reduce the fee. And then they didn't fulfill all application requirements under the TIF offset for a prior phase. So I would ask, why are we rewarding at all bad behavior and putting more work on our staff to try to help these people along? These are the kind of developers that you're allowing to come into our county, and it should not be rewarded. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and bring this item back to the board. And Madam Clerk, do you want to read the motion?
Of course. Approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull item 20 for discussion, and Supervisor Veerkamp will register a no vote on item number 30.
Move.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we will now move on to public comment on all other agenda items, with the exception of the public hearing that is scheduled for this afternoon to be heard not sooner than 1 p.m. So specifically, we are now taking public comment on number 25 regarding the airports, number 26 and 27 regarding the CAO's office and human resources, and item number 28 regarding the sheriff's, although that item will be heard at time certain no sooner than 10 a.m. So are there public comment, please, Ms. Dawson?
Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I believe it's item 25. Is that the supervisor's?
That's airports. 27 would be the
27?
supervisors.
Okay. My interest is item 27. The reason that I believe item 27 needs to be, why my comments should wait until you have discussed this, is because I don't know how you feel about getting a 7% raise. I know how I would feel. 7%, yeah, I am valued at least 7% more this year than I was last year. Yeah, I don't make nearly as much money as a lot of my upper level department staff. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had a raise. And therefore, you take all of this information that I don't know, and I'm up here right now speculating, using myself as an example, and say to you, I truly believe you deserve a 7% increase in your salary this year. But does that mean you should get it? No, they're two different things. I believe you should have it, but then I see in a comparative way, 7% is not a fixed amount. 7% is based on what you already have been earning. And so 7% to you is not the same thing as 4% on the item 26, because it's where you start with what you have. That's what creates the percentage on top of it. And so it varies for every single party that's under, including your 7% on yours. So a fixed amount then creates what we call compaction, potentially, between different parties. So you can't do a fixed amount, so you have to do a percent. All right. Do I want to know, or do I know what you're going to vote on this item that I've now put my 3 minutes into? No, I don't know.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Ruth Michelson, District 4. Yeah, I'd like to comment on 3 items, 26, 27, and 28, and I might do them out of order. I'll start with 27, which is what Chris just talked about with your raises. Boy, it's hard to talk about raises when we're having such critical times in this county. I think y'all don't make very much money. I can't remember, somewhere around 80,000, I guess. So 7%, 7 times 8, whatever. You know, maybe cumulatively it's about, I don't know, between 25, 30,000. I haven't really figured it. So you might think, but then think about the programs we've cut. That it does, 30,000 does make a difference. And the other thing is, I'm going to say, and maybe this is not the point, but I'm looking at all of you and I'm thinking, y'all have some pretty good pensions. Law enforcement, fire chief, other things. So I'm not thinking you do this for the money. I could be wrong. Everyone likes to be acknowledged and paid well, but it just seems a little off-putting for you to vote yourself 7%. And now let's jump over to item 26, where the non-union, non-represented management type people, I'm assuming, I don't really understand all the lingo, but department heads and such, they're going to get 4%. I don't know how you settled things with the unions. Don't follow it that closely. Don't know what kind of raises those folks who plow the snow and that kind of thing, fix our roads, and all the other frontline people. So I don't know if 4% is comparable to what they got. I don't know. And I do know that other people on the dais makes 4 times as much as you do. I know they make 300. They just got their big $10,000 raise, 9,000, their 3% raise. But still in all, it just seems it's not a good look. I don't think 504 for all the people who it wasn't meant for is a good look either. And so now I'll jump over to 28. This is written in a way that I really can't understand very well. I tried, not extensively, to understand this, but why another layer of restriction? What is this really for? Is this about homeless people and with fires? I mean, I know as living on 12 acres, rural, we have a lot of burns, and I already have 2 different agencies I have to get my permits for a 4x4 fire and then for a larger fire. We burn a lot, and I think it's a good practice. So maybe you could explain what this one's about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leo Bennett Koshan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just for the record, Chair, you have a right to give more time. I'd like to talk on 3 minutes, 3 items. I don't see anybody. Could I have like 2 for each one? Hearing no, I assume no, but hey, it's what students do to teachers. Thank you. I have a question on the Legistar item that applies to you folks, 27. It states that back in February 12th, 2022, I watched that meeting, the conversation. That board then did not give a raise, but it says your salary monthly stays at $6,908.66. Good thing they don't pay you in cash with how there's no pennies now. But then it says that your hourly is 39. So if I do the math, that means you work 22, days a month, which I know can't be possible. So I'm just confused with the way the numbers line up. So putting 26 and 27 together, one is $1 million general fund. You folks are around 17K. During the budget process, I remember over and over again, we have to tighten our belts. We have to make tough decisions, which included breaking a former vow of a board 20 years ago to fund the wagon train, beating my drum here, in perpetuity. So now, as far as I'm concerned, what you're doing collectively is telling the county and everybody, and your pledge to history, that bringing your salary up, and to be frank, there's no way we can compensate you with a public servants. This idea of compaction and you're an assistant, it just kind of goes over my head because I've worked with wonderful classified people as a teacher, and they make more than I do because they're further along than I was and all that. So to me, it's a simple value choice, and I urge you to copy what was said in 2022 and just continue being great public servants, but not needing more money. And then I'm not sure about that million because, again, during the budget, and unfortunately, I had to go into the hospital with my wife, so I lost track. But what I read in the paper was that you actually were not able to keep Chair Turnbow's deep felt commitment and not lay anybody off. So if the paper's right and people got laid off and now you're going to give $1 million, to me, it's no, bring some of those people back. Thank you for taking my comment. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good morning.
Shannon Starr, Operating Engineers Local 3, and talking on item 27. Seems to be the popular subject. And just quickly, I just want to make sure I put this on record so it's very clear. Your current salary equates at a full-time rate, assuming 40 hours a week, at $39.86 an hour. Your top step 911 dispatcher, and I've talked before about what they have to listen to. And while you guys get complaints and you have to listen to some stuff, I guarantee what they listen to is worse. You should know, Supervisor Ferrero. They top out at $39.68. So you make more than the dispatchers that are answering 911. The highway maintenance workers that are putting their lives on the line, driving on the icy roads, clearing the snow so that people can get in and out of their driveways, get to their appointments in the hospitals, they top out at $36.45. So prior to any increase today, the board already makes more than these employees who are the hardworking employees who work every day to keep the roads safe, to answer 911, to get help where the citizens need it. So I just want you to take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Jennifer Maldi, Local 1 President. I'm talking on item 27. I'm just here to give some support for this item because I think it's great that we found the money in our budget and setting the new baseline that 7% is a great start into negotiations this year. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. I'm speaking to number 28, which I think is a poorly written ordinance and needs to be redone or more clarification. And we still don't know what the intent. Okay, how about now? Okay. Can we start over? Thank you. Number 28, the new fire ordinance that the sheriff is proposing. I would object to this because it's the language is not clear. There's a lot of things that can be misinterpreted. Whenever you do a new ordinance, it's something that somebody could be sued over or put in charged for misdemeanor specifically to this policy. When I went through it, first I want to say another Brown Act issue. This is not attached to the item outside, and I only said that because my computer locked up. I couldn't print this, so nicely the staff in your office printed it for me, but it's not out on the table. So anyway, there's things like it says it doesn't impact CEQA, but I think if people are afraid now to do control burn on their own property, that it could be an issue if people are not feeling that they can do that safely without being charged. There are, this is the provision which established the higher standard for the promotion and protection of the health and safety shall prevail, meaning this could be more impacting than what we already have. I mean, I live in the east part of the county. Burning is a way of life. We have local jurisdiction. We live right by CAL FIRE, so they monitor us and they're very good and wonderful to work with. The U.S. Forest Service has all their rules that we abide by. And then this is not clear why we're doing this. I've heard it's perhaps the transient population that's causing fires. I think it needs to be rewritten to address the transient issue and not be overreaching for everybody. And that's what this does. And then as you go through different, words, you have to be careful. It talks about unlawful fire. In my mind, if it's already unlawful, why are we writing another ordinance? And then it says that a recreational fire was defined as 3 feet around and 2 feet high. So the U.S. Forest Service allows a 4-foot ring. So we have to go by the more strict regulations. So now we're restricted to a 3-foot ring and 2 foot high. Is the sheriff going to come out and measure those? And you get a misdemeanor if you're not compliant. Another one says burn suspension based on different rules, including the local fire agent's authority. Is that the sheriff? Where do we get that information that everybody else may be allowing us to burn, but not them? And then it says there's conflicts in here with I had more further down that are conflicts that I'm really concerned about. And I would ask that this would be relooked at. And I guess it's coming back for a second reading so I can actually submit something. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments by members of the public that are present in the room? Please come forward.
It's more, not comment, but good morning. Thank
Good
you
morning.
for your service. More of maybe I have to ask Laura clarification. I know you guys are going to vote on the airport template, which is good news. So thanks for working on it. I've been to all the meetings and good progress. There is some double wording in there. So we have an F10 policy, if you guys are familiar with it, and then we have our ground lease. And a lot of that stuff is duplicated. So what we need to do is, are we going to revise the F10 policy? Because there's conflicting stuff in there for inspections and periods. So I'm for the lease, but I think we're going to, as long as we pass it, the 2.5% is good. I hope you guys consider if there's a downturn in like 08 and we had a bunch of empty hangars, that the board could say, hey, we're going to suspend the 2.5% rate increase. So we have the ability to not just throw it on there and put financial burden on people. I'm for it. When everybody's doing good, it's great. You guys should get your money. But if it tanks for some reason, maybe we look at that. That's not written in there. I'd like to see a provision for that. And then there's on section 4C, it says that we have to have a functional airport or airplane. And the FAA is very, they have a guideline for that. So I like that section to be redlined or revised to follow the FAA. And then you also have on this proposal that Laura sent that you guys are going to be approved. The CAO office is going to be approved to make minor changes and tweaks. Where does that scope stop? Right? That's kind of open-ended. Like they say, oh, well, we can change it. And maybe it takes a meeting, maybe not. We don't have any guideline on that, Laura. So I'd like to see that. But overall, good progress. I'm happy with it, but we have an F10 policy problem that conflicts with there. Do we need it in both places? So, and then lastly, part of your F10 policy says you'll offer fuel at both airports. We haven't had fuel at Georgetown. You know, I don't fly in and out of there, but I know that's a concern for a lot of Georgetown pilots. We don't have fuel, and it says when available, but it's not available because you guys don't want to spend the money to fix the system. So that's a violation of your grant funding. So that has to get kind of sorted out. I know this is not the place for it. So that's my concerns. I don't know if we're going to get answers before you vote on this. Last time I came in here with the F10 policy and you guys just crammed it down. I asked questions. I never got answers. Nobody ever answered the questions with Jennifer, and then you guys passed it, right? And then we were stuck with this mess. So hopefully we get some answers before. And I don't really want this to go on any longer. So, and I'm pro burn. Leave it alone. I got a lot of acres to keep up. We should have learned from Tahoe, guys.
Thank you. And you're not required to submit your name, but if you'd like to
Ken
include your
Baiocchi.
name.
Ken, B as in boy, AIOCCHI.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All good stuff, though.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board on agenda items 25, 26, 27, or 28? Okay, seeing no further. Nope, that's okay. Come forward, please. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Gil Wright, Vice President of Region 2 of the California Pilots Association. I really want to commend the amount of work that has been done on these leases to get to this point. It's been quite a journey since last July. Okay, is this better? Sorry. Do you want me to repeat? Okay. The one point that I would bring forward on the lease is that the business side of leases is quite high and is actually going to be pushing away business for this county. Aviation has maintenance requirements. Aircraft have parts that are purchased for their aircraft. $1 million of aircraft parts represents at 1.25%, which goes to the county, $12,500. You want to be increasing airport business because that will create and expand your tax base. What I've seen and discovered in the last 8 months is that some of the policies that you have been putting forward have driven aircraft away from the county and have driven away business from this county. In this packet that I've given to you, there's a number of things which I will be sending a written statement for. But one of the things that is of concern is that El Dorado County is not necessarily taking a good accounting of how they manage their airport enterprise fund. There was a letter here from the FAA January 5th, which has 25 questions about the airport enterprise's management of the airport's funds. I don't know what the FAA is looking at from reviewing that, but they may be looking at doing an audit of the airport enterprise fund. The FAA over the last 70 years has invested tens of millions of dollars in this critical infrastructure. One of the things that I discovered that's very troubling is that this board back in 2012 had approved putting in fire hydrants on the east end of Placerville Airport. That infrastructure would help CAL FIRE firefighting. I had spoken to supervisors for Camp and Palin about this in October, and I hope there's further discussions about this. Because one of the critical things is that having those fire hydrants enables CAL FIRE to have a better firefighting ability within a 20-mile radius of these airports. And that really needs to be looked at to help protect this community. I will also be sending you a link that is from the Association of California Airports. There was a video about 14 minutes long covering the Palisades fire last year and showing the integrated nature of what airports bring in a firefighting situation. And I urge you all to look at that and consider what needs to be done to help protect this community.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Dean Getz.
I'm addressing item 26 and 7. The county, in its infinite wisdom, seems to be tone deaf here. 26 and 7 are raises that fly in the face of the overall budget picture, fly in the face of the overall tone and tenor of the union and their negotiations with the county, fly in the face of the public comments that you've heard about how the county is off track. I think when you look at the salary schedules presented, for example, in item 26, you'll find that students are being up to, that is topped out at something like $20 an hour. You all supervisors apparently are somewhere closer to $40 an hour based on testimony by the public earlier. And the highest category on the salary schedule on an hourly basis is almost $160 an hour for a psychiatrist. And you really have to ask yourself, what is our public business here and where are we headed and why? If you take a if you take a look at the supervisor handbook, it's more of a child's manual on how to operate a toy. It's get along, go along, don't ask any questions. I don't think any of you sitting up there are supervising anything. You're all rubber stampers. You don't question why we pay $160 an hour for a psychiatrist, why you guys might make $40 an hour, which is just double what a student would top out at. Why are we doing what we do? And how did we get here should be your first questions before you do anything. It should be a no, unless you know for sure it's a yes, but yet it's a yes because staff told you it's a yes and you don't ask any questions. Why now are we looking at the chief administrative office asking for raises when 504 hasn't been addressed? Well, it sure does seem tone deaf because the Taxpayers Association is getting their act together and they're calling you out with cure and corrects that are on point. And you're going to face additional challenges that you hadn't foreseen because, well, you're going along, getting along, rubber stamping everything. And that's not good for the public, for which you guys have all pledged to serve. And it's just so tone deaf because you look for our vote and then as soon as you get it, you turn around and act like you don't want to know us anymore. Doesn't make any sense, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hi, board. Kelly Nalavaya, El Dorado Hills District 1. I forget the items. I'm in my car and I'm sure you don't want me to look at the agenda while I'm driving, but it's regarding the 7% and 4% increases. Again, very awkward. I loved Chris Payne and Ruth Mickelson's comments that we want to assume the best. I want to assume that all of you take into heart that we are in budget deficits, that we have employees working for the county that are literally on food stamps. That just breaks my heart. And I have to imagine it does yours also. I'm not going to pass judgment on who this is a second job or they're already getting pensions and retirements or own second businesses. That's your conscience and your heart of where you stand financially. That's not my decision to make. But I do know that I kind of look at you all as owners, and I'm an owner of a small business, and I have a responsibility to make sure my bills are paid, that my employees are paid, my taxes are paid, and that my business doesn't suffer in order just for me to keep more in my coffer. And unfortunately, through the budget process, we all know our bills weren't paid, that we did have to make cuts, that we did have to lay off people. And we do have to negotiate, little trivial raises of 4% for people who, like I said, many of them are supplementing with probably weekend jobs and food stamps and all of those things. So I'm again praying. I think it was prophetic today's prayer, discernment, 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 and that you all really look at, is this the right time? Perhaps next year's budget. I don't know how often you're allowed to review of raise increases. Certainly, I agree with all of the comments, especially with our top earners. Absolutely should be a freeze on raises. The Congress, many people have been trying to pass that when budgets don't pass or until they're passed, Congress doesn't get paid. That's just part of being a public servant, is that responsibility. So I put this responsibility into your hands, and this discussion, which I hope goes in favor of discernment, and I will value either way that you discern, in praying that you do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hello again, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So item 27, it was brought forward as being done to address compaction. Honestly, it's a pretty antiquated concept that you have to make more than your staff. And it seems to be primarily something within government, which is interesting because you're using public money. You're not making revenue from other people. You're using public money. So with the fact that you have budget constraints and an unbalanced budget because you don't know where more revenue is coming in from, I think now would be a great opportunity to take it as a look at an individual role and position rather than in the larger scope of the county employees that, to the point of some of you may have pensions, you may have other businesses, you may have other sources of income. This isn't a full-time job, I don't believe, that is absolutely necessary for you to survive. So I think it's a good opportunity to factor that in and potentially not take it at this time. And then just in regards to item 28, I just want to note that I really think this should have been a public hearing, and I don't know why it wasn't. The whole part of that was to ensure that it was published out rather than just being on the agenda. This was only authorized last week.
Linda, I think we lost you.
Burn factor, it's a huge part of some of the county. So I really think that I don't know how you make the decisions on what's going to be a public agenda hearing or not, but this one really should have been because it impacts a lot of people and you're not getting enough feedback on it because it didn't actually go out to the public. Just putting it on the agenda is not putting it to the public. It should have been a published hearing. So thank you.
Thank you, Linda. And you cut out for about 20 seconds there, but I think we got the gist of it. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Jim Hogan.
Good morning. This is Jim Hogan, Vice President of Gold Country Airports Association. On behalf of the airport community, I'm sorry, I'm calling about item 25, you probably guessed. On behalf
Jim,
of the
could you
airport
speak up a little bit?
I thank the board and the CAO's office for working with us for more reasonable lease terms.
Jim, we can barely hear you.
Oh, I'll speak louder.
Thank you.
Again, on behalf of the airport community, I want to thank the board and the CAO's office for working with us for more reasonable lease terms. And while there's still areas we'd rather were different, and Ken and Gil made some good points, this is a vast improvement over what was presented last year. And I think We look forward to moving on with more positive issues like promoting the airport to the public, making it more inviting to visiting pilots, working toward additional revenue generating sources, etc. So again, I just want to express our appreciation on behalf of the airport community. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you for everyone who commented. We take notes and we heard you, and I will work with staff to see kind of how we might address this going forward. But your comments did not fall on deaf ears. So I want to just kind of give everybody a sense of what I think we're going to do for the rest of the morning. It is after 10, so we'll take our 10 o'clock time certain item first, which is going to be item number 28. I have a question for Supervisor Veerkamp regarding item 20. Are you going to want to have a staff report first on that, or do you have items that you just want to go over?
I think I've got a pretty good understanding of the project. We may want a confirmation from staff.
Okay.
Because I think somebody was
Yep.
confused in their comment. So
Well,
I
I
just
just
wanna make
wanted to, I just want to know how to manage the items.
shouldn't take very long as far as I'm concerned, but that's,
Okay.
then depends on, I can't say what the rest of the board's going to do, but.
Okay, so then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll start with item number 28. And at the conclusion of that, I intend to take item number 25, which is the airports. And then we'll go back to item number 20 and move and keep moving through. Okay, so Sheriff's Department, first reading of an ordinance. Madam Clerk of the Board.
Item number 28 comes from the Sheriff's Office, recommending the Board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance to add Title 8, Chapter 8.07 to prohibit unauthorized ignition or maintenance of fire. 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to March 3rd, 2026 for final passage, second reading. And 3, find that the proposed ordinance changes are not projects within the meaning of the Public Resources Code and California Environmental Quality Act. And because of the regulations regarding the unauthorized ignition, maintenance, or permission of fires do not have the potential in resulting in a direct or reasonable foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Lieutenant Bloxham of the Sheriff's Department to present this item. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I'm Jason Bloxham with the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department. Excuse me. Drop my glasses. I was going to go over a couple things real quick as far as some of the concerns on the ordinance. Specifically, in the ordinance, it says unlawful fire, and quoting it directly, it says, shall refer to any flame or burning material ignited on private or public property without the express consent of the public or property owner and the authorized representative. And I guess I start there. Sue Taylor talked to me in the hallway here just a few minutes ago. And I think the biggest misconcept of this is that somehow, some way, we're affecting people's ability to burn on their own property. And that's absolutely not what this ordinance is about. I'm a large property owner myself. Some of the basic definitions I can give of this is if you had multiple properties and you were going to have your cousin, your friend, an employee go out and burn piles on those private properties, they're acting as your agent, and it's somebody to do so. It doesn't change anything. Most of the stuff that's taken from the ordinance as far as size, scope is taken from fire. There are some specific sections in fire code sections that allow some enforcement actions. What this ordinance is specifically a catch-all. The catch-all is that if somebody had, this has happened, somebody had a fire on a public sidewalk. The specific sections for CAL FIRE and fire do not apply to that. There is no real section that applies to somebody having a warming fire, cooking fire, whatever it is on a public sidewalk, public thoroughfare, something to that effect, where this ordinance would catch that. This is a gray area that falls in between things, and it allows for us to have immediate law enforcement action so that we can actually do something. I mean, an example, again, is some of our deputies, our homeless outreach team, they go out and they look for different areas. As they cross properties, they could go from state property, county property, BLM property, back to private property. By the time they figure out where they're at and they ran into something, they pull up their topo map, they find out whose property they're on. Maybe that's a person out of the Bay Area or somewhere else who does not want any type of enforcement as far as trespass. And we come across that quite a bit. With that being said, we need to have some type of immediate action. On private property and or public property, there is some gray area fire ordinances that or fire codes that may be applicable. However, this one would allow us to have immediate action on it. And so what this ordinance is not to change anything with the scope of what you burn on your property, how you burn on your property, for us to come on your property to enforce anything on anybody's property. What we are doing is trying to mitigate, have a catch-all, a mechanism for some type of fires that are out there, like the 26 that have been documented by the homeless outreach team, or something to that effect, where we're able to have some type of immediate enforcement action and hopefully solve the problem before it becomes a major fire or a major incident. I hope that explains it just a little bit better.
Are there questions of my colleagues, of the lieutenant?
Lieutenant Bloxham, thank you
Mr.
very much
Bierkamp?
for that
Hold on
clarification.
just a moment,
Okay.
please.
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Carlin?
Go ahead. You're fine.
Yeah, just thank you very much for that clarification. As a prior fire chief, there are holes in their ability as well as CAL FIRE's ability. And we didn't have the homeless situation. The homeless situation has really accentuated it. Hats off to you for wanting to fix it. And I read the ordinance very, very clearly, and I believe it will not impact a person's private property rights and private ability to burn. It actually enhances that for somebody that's impeding on their private property. So thank you very much.
Absolutely, sir.
Supervisor Parlin?
No worries. I know the button. It's fine. I just wanted to ask a question. I did send in an email to the CAO, and on the exceptions, item C, it references residential debris burning, and I just felt that that might need some clarification or elaboration on it, or put it in the definitions, because in case so somebody that's lived in the county a long time, I remember when people used to go out and burn their trash.
Right.
I mean, that's not legal anymore, but this phrasing here, residential debris, in my mind, that's what brought back memories to me of that. And I think we're talking about just vegetation or landscaping, or that's what we can burn nowadays, right? So does that need to be tightened up, or is that, you think it's clear enough?
I think for the most part, we pull the information from what CAL FIRE, BLM, Forest Service has as far as permissible burn permits, allowing people to burn on their property, and then they have the rules and regulations of what you can burn in their property. So it was put in there as far as debris, because there is specificity of what you can and can't burn, like you said, but we fall back to fire and let fire make that decision, or what they already have implemented. So we're just basically paralleling that.
Okay.
If you feel that vegetation, I'm not sure if that's going to limit or tighten up or tell people again what they can and can't burn. And again, that's not what this is about. If CAL FIRE is established, or a Whopper, Fire, whoever has established this, we want to follow that and not change it or do anything different.
Okay. Yeah, I just, I just remember back in the day, and that's what came to mind when I read this. And I didn't think that was your intent to make it and open it up more. It was just to clarify what we can already do. So it's up to you guys if you think this covers it. That's what I read. So, and it raised a red flag for me.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing this item. And the reason why we're here today is because of what happened right here next to the county when they were burning on the sidewalk, which could have ended up, we could have lost the library, which was very easily. And then they were also had a warming fire up there by the propane tanks that issues these people, the apartment complex that's up on the hill. And this has been going on for a long, long time, especially when these warming fires, especially in Cameron Park, where the vegetation is really bad right there, especially behind Bel Air. So I'm glad that this is coming. A lot of people don't understand that eventually there's not going to be any yard burning anymore, because what they're saying, especially CARB, they want to push it where you have to end up taking your your brush or your debris, your yard waste to a biomass facility. And if you look under CAL FIRE, it states that. So anyway, I'm glad that you brought this, and I think this will prevent it, because especially when it goes on private property, people's property, you know, especially with people that have a lot of acreage and stuff, it impacts them too, because they could end up being responsible for that fire if it carries on too, even if they didn't know what was happening. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, sir.
Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, I think to address Supervisor Parlin's item, when you call in and you get the burn day restriction line, it's very,
Oh, yeah.
it reminds you very well of what you can burn and what you can't burn. And I think the reference here on the exemption is very clear that it has to be conducted in compliance with applicable laws, regulations, and permits. So if you've got a permit, valid permit, you know what you can burn and you can't burn. And
Correct.
when you
It's
call
just-
in to see if it's
yeah.
a burn day, you get reminded of that. So
I agree, but this is to catch folks that aren't following our rules and are unlawful. And this was supposed to be a catch-all of gray area. So I'm just saying,
Okay.
you know, and that's fine. If you guys think it's good, I'm good with that. I just pointed out when I read it, I don't want to create gray area. That was my biggest concern. And I see an attorney behind you, so be ready.
I just wanted to follow up on Supervisor Veerkamp's point. We ran this by OWAPR, and that this particular phrase, that section C regarding residential, that comes from them.
Okay.
So this is their preferred language.
Okay. Just don't want to make gray when we're trying to clear up the gray. That's all.
Other questions of my colleagues?
I'm ready to move it if
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's no other questions.
I have one question. In the basin, there's a ban that goes all the way through December of 2027 that's banned by the U.S. Forest Service. Did you take a look at their ban, and would you interpret it as being more restrictive or less restrictive than what you have before us?
I have not specifically looked at that ban. I know that Forest Service, usually being the feds and everything, they're usually a little bit more restrictive on certain type of things, but I have not looked at that specific ordinance for that, or that specific fire section for Forest Service.
I mention it because you do talk about campfires and charcoal fires and portable stoves, and there's part of that ban covers those items that they're strictly prohibited. So I didn't know how to interpret what you have here with regards to applying it to the Lake Tahoe Basin.
So for the most part, the language is again taken from CAL FIRE, Forest Service, and BLM. And in a lot of their language and everything else, it is specifically charcoal fire, warming fire, cooking fire, propane, those type of things that fire has identified as something that, you know, can cause potential fires. So that's their definition that we are running with. So that's how this come about. For the most part, the people that we contact are using some type of cooking fire, warming, heating, to include propane as well. So that's the only thing I could think, that we are using some of their language in what we have here to follow guidelines with fire.
But you mentioned U.S. Forest Service, but you also said you hadn't looked at what their regulations are up in the basin, so.
Not specifically the basin, no, I have not.
Okay. County Council.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to note, I think in furtherance of the Lieutenant's point about how this is intended to kind of parallel other applicable regulations, specifically in that subparagraph D with respect to campfires. I just wanted to acknowledge it says it limits it to those that are lawfully permitted by the appropriate authority. So I will also concede, I haven't reviewed the specific regulations of the U.S. Forest Service up in the basin, but to the extent what you're describing is a more restrictive regulation that precludes the use of these types of fire devices during a particular time of year, I think this would, again, parallel that. It would not authorize anything that isn't otherwise authorized by those applicable regulations.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's kind of how I was hoping the answer would come out, so thank you for that. Other questions of my colleagues or action?
Let's do it. I'll make a motion that we move as approved by staff.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second by Mr. Ferrero. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Lieutenant Blockman.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. All right, we will go ahead and move to item number 25, which is Airports Division template for ground and hangar leases. Ms. Dawson.
Item number 25 comes from Airports, a division of the Chief Administrative Office with concurrence from the Airport Ad Hoc Committee, recommending the board approve the use of the attached templates for the new ground leases and county hangar leases. Please note that written public comments received by 4 p.m. on the day prior to today's meeting were distributed to all board members and included with this agenda item.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to welcome Ms. Laura Schwartz, Assistant CAO. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I think I'll go a little out of order. Maybe I'll start by trying to answer some of the questions that came up during public comment, since we still have folks here in the audience. In regards to policy F10, that's actually written into the staff report. We are aware there are some conflicts between this lease and F10. Our plan was, if the board approved these leases today, we will bring F10 back to make sure that everything is in alignment. As it stands, the leases would prevail. So even when we have those discrepancies, if somebody enters into this lease template, that would be the guidelines that we are following.
Okay.
So that is our plan on F10. In regards to our request to authorize some changes to allow the CAO or the assistant CAO to make some changes, those are primarily around FAA regulations. Those seem to kind of change frequently. We just want to be able to have that flexibility to ensure we're staying within the FAA guidelines. As an example, he had a question about Section 4C, the operational aircraft. We will go back and just double check to make sure that that is in compliance. If we need to tweak that a little bit, that would be the kind of authority that we're asking for today, to be able to make that change and not have to bring this template back to the board. Let's see. I think those are the ones that I mainly had noted. So,
Ms. Schwartz, there was one that I was interested in, and that was the inquiry by the FAA regarding the enterprise fund?
No, so we had a complaint. It's called a Section 13 complaint, Part 13 complaint that was made by some of the users. So the FAA has responded to that complaint. We responded to the FAA. The FAA has now responded. We have until March with our response back to that. So that's basically kind of what we're still working through.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we don't believe that there's anything in these new lease templates that has any conflicts with any of those FAA inquiries. Okay.
Laura, did you want to talk about the Georgetown fuel and
yes,
the
yes, I
reason why
can.
it's
So
not
Georgetown
consistently
fuel.
available?
Yes, we are having some problems with the Georgetown fuel. The fuel tank was broken for quite a period of time, and we currently do not have funding budgeted to fix that. Unfortunately, on top of that, that fuel now has been sitting in the tank for too long of a time, and we have not added new fuel. So we need to get that tank tested, that the fuel that's in that tank tested, before we could look at potentially starting that as operational again. We want to make sure that is safe. We obviously don't want fuel in there that could cause any problems. We don't sell a lot of fuel out at Georgetown, and that is one of the items that we are going to be looking at as we move forward to see what types of programs or things that we could bring to that airport to try and get more interest in that airport to hopefully boost those fuel sales. So that is definitely on the radar. The written comment, there were a couple of comments there that I could also touch upon. The beacon at Placerville, there was a written comment about that. AT&T has a lot of equipment on that tower, and so the tower was energized. So we could not have somebody climb up to change the bulbs on that tower until we got AT&T to shut down the tower to allow those bulbs to be replaced. So that has been done. Our jet fuel right now, yes, the tanks are broken. We are working, in fact, they're supposed to be out there today trying, I think, their 5th piece of equipment to install and hopefully get those back up and running. So we are addressing both of those issues. I think that was primarily it for the written comments and the comments in the boardroom. With that, I'll just kind of briefly, Danny also mentioned that the fire hydrant query, that was in regards to our east end. That's a new development. We do not have utilities out to that site yet. That is something that's a large part when we move forward with looking at the sustainability, trying to get our airports into a better place. That east end is probably our best shot at doing that. So again, that is in our CIP to start addressing that. I don't know what happened in 2012, but we are looking at it now.
Yeah, I think it's been a funding issue has been it. I mean, it's been talked about and approved and talked about and approved. It's a funding issue. So
yeah,
if we can figure out how to fund it, we're there.
Exactly. Seems to be our biggest problem is money. So we're here today. We've had a couple of public sessions between the ad hoc and the airport users. We held one in August where we took a lot of feedback. There was a lot of angst around our existing leases. And we really tried to take that feedback, listen to what the users were saying, and make some changes. We came back with a second public meeting in October of 2025 with several of those changes worked through. I think it was a very positive meeting, very good collaboration between the county and the airport tenants. They asked to have another 30 or so days to kind of do a final look through of that lease template. And then I met with representatives from the Gold Country Airports Association in mid-November, kind of took back their final comments, worked with county council to see, okay, what makes sense, what can we change? We made a couple more changes, and that's the two leases that are in front of you today. One of the main changes, I'll kind of go through each of these. We've had a lot of discussions around rates at the airport, our ground lease rates and our commercial hangar, our county-owned hangar rates. It's very difficult to find rate comparisons. We have been working with a consulting firm. A lot of the airports around us have what you've heard called a reversionary clause. And what that means is after a certain period of time, when someone's been able to recoup their investment in a hangar, that hangar reverts back to the county. We do not have that. And I want to be very clear, these new leases do not have that. Our old leases do not have that. So as people, go through these leases, at the end of that lease, we usually renew the lease. The lease does not revert back to the county. So we don't have that opportunity to charge a higher lease rate from a county-owned hangar because we do not own those hangars. So we've had a very difficult time trying to find comparable lease rates. So our recommendation today, because we want to provide certainty for the airport tenants. So instead of trying to kind of every year bring back something going, well, shall we raise rates this much, leave them the same? What do we do here? Kind of a standard practice in some places is either to utilize a CPI or just a flat rate. We're recommending a 2.5% annual increase to our lease rates. So we're going to leave our lease rates where they are. We're not going to make changes to our existing ground lease or county hangar leases, but we would implement a 2.5% annual escalator. That 2.5% is mainly the average of CPI. If you look at CPIs over the course of the last 20 years, 2.5% is pretty standard. So this would allow us a very easy way to get these rates into our leases. We only have 2 folks out at the airport, so our staff is very lean. We need to be very efficient. So this really is just that efficient and way, and the users are going to know when they sign this lease exactly what they're getting into and what that lease will be over the course of the lease terms. Terms was another issue with the original leases that were brought before the board about a year ago. We were looking at limiting the leases to a 10-year term. We have agreed to change this existing lease. It allows for initial 10-year term, which that can be signed by the assistant CAO or the airport director. And then we are allowing 2 10-year options. So essentially, that is a 30-year lease that someone would be able to enter in at this point. There were some questions around the indemnification language. We've revised that to exclude any claim or damage related to active negligence or willful misconduct on the part of the county. Our maintenance section, in the leases that were brought forward a year ago, there was a requirement for a 5-year inspection and some annual inspections. we took that out. That was the users did have a lot of questions and confusion around that. We felt it was best just to take that out, and instead we've made very clear in the maintenance section the obligations of the leasee. So, they are required to maintain the hangars at a certain standard, and then if they don't do that, then we go into obviously some issues around default, or we work with them to make sure that that is taken care of. Let's see. Again, the default, we added some clarification in there to very clearly define what specific events would be a default. And finally, in section 21 on the ground leases only, this is where there was some confusion around the reversionary clause. So we tweaked that language to be very clear. This is not a reversionary clause. If you abandon your hangar and you choose not to take it with you or get rid of it, the county has that ability to essentially demolish the hangar, and then we can go back and recover that cost from the tenant. At this point, all new leases would be required to follow these lease templates. If we do have folks that are in existing leases, we would allow them the opportunity to amend their existing lease so that it is consistent with the new lease format. Our goal is really, at this point, I'll be honest, we still have several people that do not have leases. So our first point of business is going to make sure that we get every tenant into a lease. I have very good news. We have hired an airport operations officer. I'm extremely excited. He will be starting on February 23rd. He is a pilot. He's also very involved with the Gold County Airports Association. He has just some wonderful vision and ideas about both airports. I really think this is going to be kind of the direction forward, the vision that we really need at both of these airports. I acknowledge the airports have kind of been ignored, and we are really doing our best to give this as much attention as possible and really bring things forward in a positive manner. I'm going to be honest, we have not solved the problem of sustainability. We're not going to do that based on airport lease rates. That's just not a feasible option. So we're working hard to try and look at where we can get the most FAA grant money so that we can continue to provide improvements at both airports. That East End, we're really hopeful that is going to be something that will eventually be a good revenue generator for the airport, as well as, like I say, our new airport operations officer has a lot of really exciting ideas, and I really look forward to bringing those forward. So with that, Danny, did you have anything?
No, I think Laura handled all those questions perfectly. I'm fine, but if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them, of course.
Great. Okay, thank you for that presentation. I'll turn to my colleagues, and looks like Supervisor Parlin, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to really thank everyone. It was said, one of the first things I think I was hit with when I got into office in 2019 was the airports, you guys need to do something. And I was like, what do we do? And because it had been just languishing for decades. So we kind of, in my mind, ripped the Band-Aid in 2024 and started really digging in and having some tough conversations with the user groups. Really appreciated their participation. We all learned a lot, I think, together about the realities of airports and what they are, what they aren't, how you run them, the regulations. So thank you. I just want to thank the user groups, for being here on this journey with us. And we really were doing our best to listen to what you said. I do remember that at one of the workshops where it's like, we feel like we're being listened to finally after so many years. So I think we've landed at a really good place, and excited about our new operations. That's really cool. So we're doing good things and moving forward. So I just want to say thank you, Laura, especially, and Danny. You guys have been our, Jennifer's not here today, she's on leave, but she was in there digging in the weeds on these things too. It was a lot of research, and just wanted to express that to everyone.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that, Danny and Laura, thank you so much, as well as the users, as well as staff for keeping the airports up and running during this very difficult time. So I think we've made a lot of progress. There was one piece that I didn't know if we wanted to maybe address that got asked, and that was about an extraordinary circumstance, downturn in the economy instead of a, perpetual. So I don't know if that's something we want to consider or maybe look at moving forward, but I think that does make sense. And, obviously we'll all be reeling if that were to happen back like the '08 downturn. But anyway, just that made sense to me. So maybe something we want to address. But again, just thanks for all the hard work, the users. Thanks for the new position as well. I think it's going to really, and excited about that, who's getting it. So I think we've got opportunity, and that's what we're all about. So with that, I would go ahead and move the item if everybody's ready for that.
You can if you want, but there's still a couple other comments that
You got it.
I'll go ahead and second it then and carry on with our discussion.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Further discussion on the motion. Supervisor Ferrero.
No, just briefly, just thank you. This is such a better lease than what was presented to me last year. Thanks to ad hoc, thanks to your office. Thanks for listening to your customers and creating a more flexible, business-friendly lease. I think this is a great step in the right direction. So that's all.
Yeah, and I'll just tag on as well. This is definitely heading in a much more positive direction. I know that the customers at the airports would like to see a better product, and I think we're heading in that direction. The FAA grants, of course, are the way to go, and the fact that you've hired a manager will make all the difference. I think you answered the question on this motion, giving staff the ability to make minor modifications. I think you really clarified that. The one question that I heard in public comment had to do, again, with the 2.5% automatic increase. Do you see a situation, or do you believe that this contract allows for the county's ability to, under weird circumstances, not have it be an automatic increase in any given year?
Well, the one thing that this lease does allow, and Danny certainly jump in, is at the 10-year mark. So at the 10-year mark, that would be when, if the county decided they really wanted to lower their lease rates, at the 10-year mark, when we go to do the second 10-year option, it's at the current lease template terms. So we had already planned that prior to essentially that 10-year mark that we would do another kind of deeper dive into those rates. So if there was a change that needed to be made, that would essentially reset that base rate at that 10-year mark. So that is one opportunity. I believe if we wanted to make a change, we would probably have to come back and make amendments to the leases.
Yeah, and I can speak to that. And sorry, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. Daniel Van de Kulik, Deputy County Counsel. I think one of the things when we talked about how to structure this rent escalator, there are a couple different ways you can do rent escalation. Like, for example, we considered doing a CPI. But the other thing to balance on that is limited staff time and reduce administrative costs. Because a CPI increase, although that might seem simple, they are complicated to administer. What I have seen in other contracts and all that, you have to specify the exact index, you have to do this. And I've dealt with a situation once that we had a CPI based on an index that disappeared. And so then what do you do? And so that has happened. So what we, and I believe this was something that Laura discussed with the Gold Country Airport Group, just to have a set amount. Now we have a truly extraordinary situation. This is something, leases are not, they're always something we can discuss. I think in the current language, it is set to be just this strict amount. And part of that is some of the feedback we heard from users is to give a little bit more historical context. What our leases used to say was that your rate is whatever the board set in that year. So the concern we've always heard from users is, well, what if the board increases our rate by 200%? And I entered into this contract with this expectation of this certain amount. Here, that would say that we, even if the board 2 years from now, if your board decided we're going to increase all the rates for new users by 200%, the people under these old leases would be maybe under the 2.5. So there is a certainty on that. So it's a back and forth. You know, if we had if a Great Depression hits and we have a really serious problem, we can reconsider that as we go. So.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that context. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for this. This has been going on for a long, long time. You know, Lori's been working on it, especially with Georgetown, and we'd had the issues with Placer Airport for a long time. One of the things is I would like to see us look at more revenue generating, what we could do and use that to help us, our county. But you're talking about the fire hydrants that we need and the one part of that. Is there possible that could be grant money that could be available, especially when you're talking about safety issues?
We're looking at it. It's quite expensive to get water down to that end of the airport. So that is part of what would happen with this East End development. So it's currently in our CIP, but it's just going to take some time to build up those funds.
Yeah, especially when it comes to safety. That's a big issue. All right, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further clarifying questions on the motion? There's a motion and a second before us. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move now to item number 20, which was pulled by Supervisor Veerkamp. Ms. Dawson, if you could read this into the record.
Item number 20 comes from Planning and Building Department, Affordable Housing Unit, with concurrence from the Chief Administrative Office in accordance with Board of Supervisors Policy B14, Traffic Impact Fee Offset Program for Developments with Affordable Housing Units, recommending the Board, 1, find that the Racket Way Apartment Complex Phase 2 project provides significant community benefit by providing housing that is affordable to low-income households. 2, make a conditional award of TIF offset totaling $139,098. And 3, authorize the Planning and Building Department Director to execute all documents associated with the TIF fee offset program contingent upon approval by County Council and Risk Management.
Thank you. And Mr. Veerkamp, you did mention that you thought staff would have a brief report and then you'll have specific questions.
Yeah, I think I just need staff to clarify and validate that in the staff report and in the findings of the TIF Advisory Committee, we're talking about a project that was approved in 2021 by the Planning Commission. And this is the second phase of that. I believe maybe now it's changed hands as far as owners. And the new owner has requested a TIF offset. And the committee recommended that it be reduced from 75% to 50% based on findings. I'm clear. Is everybody clear on what project we're talking about? Because I believe somebody was alluding to maybe the commercial housing project that's on top of a commercial building. That's not this project. That one is its own animal. This is a different project that was approved in 2021 by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. Have with me Jennifer Morris from our Affordable Housing Unit. And yeah, I can absolutely speak to that and I can share some documents if you'd like. But the project that has recently had a public hearing within front of the Board of Supervisors that is at Pleasant Valley Road and Racket Way at the northwest intersection is a different project. This is, and maybe I'll just share my screen real quick because I think that might help. So give it just a second here. So this is the general location, and this is from the actual approved site plan for a revision, and I can speak to that as well. But it is at the Black Rice Road is east-west here, adjacent to State Route 49, and then Racket Way here. And the general location of the project that was in the public comment is here. And so that is a different project. This project was approved by the Planning Commission in 2021. And again, this is the site plan. Just to differentiate, the 3 buildings here have been approved and constructed in advance of the request for this SB 35 project. So there was 3 buildings with 4 units each, 12 units that already existed. The SB 35 project added 6 more buildings and 24 units to the scenario to get to 36. And so that approval was an SB 35 approval. There was a Jerry Kaditz was the original developer of this project and developed what was Courtside Manor Phase 1 immediately to the east. That project was sold to a new developer. And so part of the findings that were made and a revision was made, and this one's not as clear, but the same number of buildings, same number of units, but they've relocated this building here, and if you can see my mouse, to this location, and another building at this location, and they basically squared them off to the roadway. The next picture sort of shows it in a more definitive way. They've basically aligned the buildings to the roadways, but same number of buildings, same number of units. But what didn't happen in the purchase or sale of that property is the TIF credits were not transferred to the new property owner appropriately, and so that TIF expired. And so also the permits that had been submitted by the previous owner also expired. The new owner has submitted new building permits. Those are in process. And this application has to be sort of acted upon before issuance of that permit so that whatever fees there, if they was approved by the board, would be associated with the project. And so they have requested 75% based on their affordability range that they're willing to provide. And so staff, which is the committee comprised of staff, includes a member from Department of Transportation, the CAO's office, Environmental Management, and Planning. So that is the committee, if you will. Looked at this and looked at some of the history of the project, that it was under a previous developer, that it, had permits and TIF fees expired under a new developer that didn't necessarily follow through with some of those pieces at the purchase of the property, but is making good faith effort to build the project. And so their determination was that they would award this 50% TIF fee. There are two categories within that because there are two different types of, there's a senior affordable component, which is 12 units, and then the other part is the full sort of affordable, but all deed restricted within the 50 to 80% of mean area income. And so that is the request that's in front of you today.
So,
Mr.
Rob,
Veerkamp.
one final from me. It's an entitled project. It hasn't went through any significant changes to change that entitlement. This is just strictly a TIF offset as it's discretionary by the board to a lot or not a lot. Because this may get legal, but we have no discretion in changing the entitlement of the approved project here today.
That is correct. There was the original approval. There was an extension that was proposed by the new applicant and was awarded some additional time, and that's why the 2021 number, is still there. But the discretionary project was approved, or the SB 35, I should say, the ministerial project was approved by the Planning Commission. The building permits have been submitted, and this TIF fee must be resolved, this request, prior to issuance of the permits, because that's when the final fees are paid. And so that's where we're at. Grading and building permits are under review with our agency. And so it is sort of moving along and past the sort of approval stage and in the conformance with development standards and building permit stage.
Right, but we are not obligated to give any TIF if we so choose so.
I think that the policies and programs that that the board has created uses this offset of TIF fee money to address affordable housing, and that affordable housing is has been determined to be a public good or benefit, and so the program aligns and the request aligns with that program. But and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is a discretionary or a decision of the board on how much and to what degree that you would support that with the TIF. And that's why we're here today.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Veerkamp, that our CAO would like to add some information to this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to address, I heard a couple of concerns from the public about the TIF program being made whole. I just wanted to clarify that when we provide these offsets, the TIF program is still getting the full amount of the fee that it would have gotten through this offset program. So we're not shorting the TIF program, and we're not reducing the funding available for the traffic mitigations. It's a grant funding that is being used to provide a discount to the developer in accordance with the policy that the board has adopted.
Supervisor Ferrero.
Okay, just bear with me. So when the previous owner didn't apply for the offset, correct?
Actually, they
New
did, and they
owner?
were awarded a larger amount than we're
awarded
talking about.
larger? Okay.
Yeah.
And
But
our
it
total
expired.
TIF, we determined is 278,000 plus change.
Correct.
And if we award this offset, you said a grant is going to make up for the balance, the other 50%. So the county's TIF is not going to be, we're not going to be shorted 50% in our TIF for this offset.
I might get a little help, looks like maybe from DOT, but yeah, the amount is put, let's say, set aside every year, this $1 million. And so at the last part of our staff memo, we kind of gave you an overview of what's in the account and how much has been spent to date. But yeah, it is used on any given year, and maybe, yeah.
Good morning, Board. Zach Oates, Department of Transportation. It's a great question. It is very complicated. When we bring forward our major update to the fee program every 5 years, one of the items that we look at is what sort of grant funding the TIF program might be able to acquire over the 20-year horizon that we analyze. When we were here, or I should say in August of 2024, we brought an item to the board to look at reducing the amount of grant funding that we were going to project for the fee program, and we did that by about 25%. So the CAO is correct that when we do that nexus, we assume that we're going to, again, on average over the life of the fee program, we're going to get about $1 million a year, $20 million of grant funding that will be used to backfill the traffic impact fees that are offset for affordable housing. So it is true to say that we do not have an account with that $20 million in it, but over the 20-year lifespan of the fee program, we are assuming that we will receive grants to fill those offsets.
And currently the balance is 11 million. Is that correct for the agenda item?
I believe that that is $11 million that has not been applied to affordable housing projects.
Okay.
But again, that is not $11 million that is necessarily sitting in the account.
Understood.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, just clarification a little bit on this thing. So you're saying the previous owner, oh, yeah, there you go. Sorry about that. So the previous owner that you're saying on this, did they actually paid the full amount of the fees, correct? And we're giving this person here, because of new owner, a reimbursement?
No. So the previous owner was awarded a certain amount of monies.
Right.
They had submitted for permits. Those
Right.
permits were never issued, and so that fee was never, let's say, paid. So that was, call it a wash. You know, those fees or those permits didn't move forward. We didn't apply that amount that they were awarded because those permits expired. This new applicant submitting new permits is making a new request.
A new request.
Yeah.
I see what you're
So
saying.
it wasn't paid and didn't come through fruition. It never was. It was approved to be paid and never did because it didn't happen within the 2-year period, and no extension request of those monies was asked either. And that's part of that justification, I think, from staff that, you know, they didn't really transfer it very well. They weren't. And so we have been working with this applicant through their submittal of building permits and these requests. And so we do think they're a market rate developer that's doing affordable housing. It's first project within the county. And so we're working a lot with them. And that's kind of some of that, you know, that narrative that you saw in the staff memo.
Well, the biggest problem, I hate SB 35 on these projects, especially when these people go in and they ask for a welfare variance and we don't get anything out of it at all, especially when we got to support, you know, fire and our law enforcement and, you know, so we're not getting anything at all. But Racket Way is a mess. The parking and stuff on there, it's hard to pull out of that one area. I think it's Rice Road, I think.
Black
Rice Road, when you're trying to pull out of that area, the people can't see because everybody's parking along that road. And this is going to impact it even more, especially with this housing development that's going in. Even though there is parking spaces, they're still parking along the road. And I've heard it many, many times from people that live in that particular area down there. They're having a problem because they can't see. And it's been accidents, especially on that one intersection there, numerous accidents.
Well, I guess I can't speak to the accident record because I don't have that in
Yeah,
front
I
of me,
know.
but
I
I will
understand
say that we are somewhat
Yeah.
fortunate that this project does deliver affordable housing parking
I
because that is
totally
one of
get it.
those things that can be easily removed under an SB 35 scenario.
Yeah.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, thank you Supervisor Veerkamp for pulling this, because when I read this one too, it raised some red flags. Where I'm getting hung up on this whole thing is that in the recommendation from the committee, it's about the lack of sophistication of this developer. And it sounds to me, I was kind of reading between the lines here maybe in this memo, but it sounds like the hesitation to, fully fund the offset was because it is going to take a lot of our county staff time to support this project. And we don't get, fees for that. Therefore, in my mind, the way I was reading this is kind of like we're saying, let's give them less subsidy offset to kind of make up for the fact that we're spending a lot of our staff time on it. So they're entitled to the project. We're not going to change that today. We're just talking about this bit of money. I'm actually inclined to say we shouldn't give them any, because it even says that there's two items here. Number 2 says the applicant also did not fulfill all obligations under the TIF offset agreement for a prior phase. So this applicant is using a lot of our staff resources, which are really limited. And I think that maybe, and you said they're a market rate developer, that we're subsidizing a lot here, and maybe we shouldn't give them any at this time. Maybe in the next one, if they do another one, it's like we're teaching them how to do this, and we're using our county time to do that.
You turned the mic off. There you go.
Well,
Bob's like speechless. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I think, one of the things that we clearly have articulated in this boardroom a lot is that we don't do a lot of affordable housing. So it's not like we have steadfast developers that have done tons of projects and that. I do think there's a little bit of maybe in committee, this is the committee's recommendation I'm bringing forward to your board, is that there is going to be some, that staff is going to have to do a lot of work to get this to the finish line. But it also, I just want to be clear, it meets the sort of the goals and objectives of the board policy for use of this money and our affordable housing, our housing element and all the things that we say, hey, use, this is an incentive or an offset to produce affordable housing units. So, it's a balance of policies, and it's your all's thoughts on the matter are extremely important. The recommendation of the committee is one that, we looked at and said, okay, we're going to bring that forward. It seemed like it was based on, some good reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why we're here with the 50% today.
Myself, I think.
Thank
it
you
should
for
have been
that
a department
explanation.
matter anyway, so.
Supervisor Ferrero?
Yeah, I'm having an issue with cutting our TIF. It just seems like our TIF as a whole is underfunded. I think our auditor, do you have anything to comment on?
He just likes to come to our meetings.
I just like to see
Selective.
the county council, because he has been ghosting me. If somebody short pays their TIF fee, there's less money in the TIF fee program. When we set TIF fees, it's a big cost accounting estimate, and we take certain grant revenues and we say they're going to be available to give certain people breaks on their TIF fees. If someone short pays their TIF fee, there's less money to widen the roads. So I would no, if I was on the board, I would definitely vote no. I'd vote a strong no on this item, because we have an obligation to the people that already live here to increase road capacity as the county grows. And if somebody short pays their TIF fee, it makes it much more difficult for us to meet our obligation to the people that already live here.
Thank you.
Supervisor Veerkamp?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Auditor Controller Joe Harn as well. I pulled the item. No, get out of here. I pulled the item because I had these concerns, and I think it sounds like our board shares the same concerns. Again, there were findings, and not only, it's a fairly in-depth representation of who was making these findings. I get and fully respect our policy in awarding these, but I share that same concern. We have in the last couple 3 years also been granted 3 low-income housing projects on Highway 49. This is a public safety issue that we have not addressed yet. And at this time, if he can go ahead and build, but I'm going to move that he builds it without any TIF fee offset from this county.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? I will just chime in that, this is an element of housing for which we are woefully undersupplied. This is in addition to an existing affordable housing project, and government's ability to offset fees in order for affordable housing to be deed restricted affordable housing is essential. So I don't know how we meet our RENA numbers, or how we even pretend like this is a priority to us when we consistently are kind of turning our backs on these things. So I'll be voting against the motion, but that's my two thoughts.
Yeah, I just
Okay,
wanna
any
add-
further comments? Yes, Mr. Turnbull.
The biggest thing is Brian's experience that he drives by there all the time, like I do, and we know the issues. And the problem is, like he just talked about, it's a safety issue is what
Not
it is.
against the housing, believe me.
On the housing issue. So this is, so I encourage, the other board members, if you don't know the area, please take a drive, look at the situation, and maybe you can come to a different conclusion.
Yes, and look at the three that are currently under construction along Highway 49, which the state fails to address the impacts from those projects.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. No.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Lane registering a no vote.
Thank you. All right, you guys want to take a quick 10-minute
Yes,
break?
please.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back for our additional department matters. Okay, welcome back. We took a short break there and we're going to continue to work our way through department matters. We have item 26 and 27, which are both being brought forward from the CAO's office and Human Resources. Ms. Dawson, would you read that into the record?
Of course. Item 26 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and Human Resources Department, recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution effective the first pay period following adoption to revise the salary schedule, increasing base wages for most unrepresented classifications by 4%, and 2, direct the Human Resources Department and the Auditor Controller's Office to administer and implement the associated changes. Item number 27 reads, from the Chief Administrative Office and Human Resources Department, recommending the board provide conceptual approval to amend El Dorado County Code of Ordinance, Section 2.0.020, Board of Supervisors salary provision to increase the board salary by 7%.
I'd like to welcome Mr. Carusco at this time, Director of Human Resources, and also Ms. Phillips, our interim CAO, who will be presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Board. Thank you, Kim, for the introduction. Yes, we're going to hear both of these items together. I'll start with the unrep item, which is number 26. I think the staff report summarizes in much better detail of what this is about. Essentially, we're asking the board to consider a 4% salary adjustment for our unrepresented staff. It's a total of about 150 employees. So these are some elected department heads, appointed department heads, administrative management, and confidential employees. So again, it's about 150 employees. So a little bit of history. This group received a 3% pay adjustment in November of 2024, which is basically when negotiations started with our bargaining units. Now we're at the end of the previous bargaining session, and we're getting right back into a new round of bargaining with all of our unions. But since we're at the end of that, for parity, we're asking for the board to consider a 4% adjustment for the unrep folks, which is similar to what other county classifications received recently. We feel that this is supported by the county's strategic plan for retaining the best employees. It's also in the staff report and in furtherance of our compensation philosophy, which includes endeavoring to bring salaries to the median of our comparator agencies. And I'll add one other thing. We are going to be bringing a more comprehensive item to the board in March to talk more about this. We're wrapping up our total compensation studies. We're in the process of negotiating with our unions, and we've been sharing that information with them. So like I said, we'll discuss it in more detail at that point. The request here is for, like I said, a 4% salary adjustment for the unrep folks and no other additional changes to benefits at this point. So with that, I guess I should go into item 27. Similar, historically, now when we started negotiations a couple of years ago, the board opted at that time not to increase their salaries at all. So they didn't receive a 3% adjustment that the unreps did. So again, in order to bring the board into parity with other classifications, we're requesting that you consider a 7% increase. And this one is nuanced in that it has to go, we're asking to change the county ordinance. So this is conceptual approval to do that. Prior to the meeting today, I did take a look at some of our comparator agencies. Since this is a single classification, we're talking about the board with 5 incumbents. Right now, just looking at salary, we're still working on the total compensation, but I'll share with you that compared to our 5 other agencies, you're 40.19% below the median, your salary. So you're pretty far behind the mark. In fact, the supervisor assistants currently earn a higher hourly rate than you. I can go into more details about the actual dollar amounts if you'd like with our comparator agencies. I will say that Placer County, last month, they received, their board voted for a pay increase for them. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, one last bit of information. Placer, their comparators are Nevada County, us here in El Dorado, and Sacramento. So they have 3 comparators, and they were behind the median, so they got a pay increase as well. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Who are, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Just a clarification, what's the percentage again?
For
how far below supervisors are below?
and we're talking hourly salary, dollar, 40.19.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam CAO, you wanted to chime in and then I'll circle back to you.
Sure. I had heard some,
Mike, please.
microphone. Sorry. Thank you. I had heard a couple of questions from the public earlier about sort of what is the unrepresented group. And so I just want to provide a little bit of context on that. So as the term implies, they are not represented by a bargaining group or an association. So which means that there is no established time or schedule for the board to consider their salaries. So typically what has happened is that group comes and is considered by the board after you've concluded your round with the other 10 to 13 bargaining units that we've had over the years. So typically HR would go through those negotiations and then at the end come through with a recommendation for the unrepresented group that represents some kind of parity with what those represented groups got. As Mr. Carrasco stated, we did things a little differently this last year in November. We had planned to wait until the end of that cycle for the unrepresented group, but those bargaining sessions were taking a little longer than we had anticipated. So your board went ahead and said, well, let's take care of the unrepresented group. Let's give them that 3% raise, which is, I believe, about roughly what was on the table with many of the represented groups at the time. So now we're coming back and we're kind of closing out. We're at the end. We've gotten deals with all of our bargaining units. And so we're kind of closing out that last round of negotiations and coming back and recognizing that the unrep, they went early, but they got roughly about half of what many of the represented groups got. So that's really what this is. It's not kicking off a new session and setting a new benchmark or a new baseline of 7%. This last round of negotiations was largely focused on kind of trying to keep up somewhat, as much as we could afford to, keep up with some of the inflationary pressures that employees had been feeling. So it definitely was not an attempt to bring anyone up to market. We acknowledge that. We acknowledge that many folks are still under market. We have just been trying to sort of keep up with cost of living. As we've closed out this last round of bargaining, we do anticipate and we recommend that we start with this next round in a more data-driven approach where we are focusing on looking at market data, of course, in conjunction with other factors like what we can afford within our budget and vacancy rates, county's business needs, critical positions, things like that. So this next round moving forward, which we're just embarking on, will be much more data-driven. This piece that we're talking about today, both for the unrep and for the supervisors, is really about kind of trying to close out this last piece and treat everyone with some parity. The board members have not received an increase in their salary since 2022, when most of our other bargaining units were also, well, all of our other bargaining units were brought up to median at that point. So that was the last time that you all have received a raise. And since we were brought to median in 2022, we have been either in contract with every bargaining unit or actively negotiating. So while we've got to that median point, it's difficult. You almost immediately fall behind. So we're still kind of, working toward that goal that you have stated in your compensation philosophy of trying to get to the median. But we'll keep moving forward with that data that we'll bring back in March and start to have that discussion as well.
Thank you for that, for additional information. Are there questions of my colleagues of either our interim CAO or Mr. Carrasco at this time? I'll go to Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just got a question. You were talking 40.1% behind the median. I was looking at Butte County just gave themselves a raise and they went up from 62,000 to 132,000 instead of part-time. Now they're full-time. Amador County went from now is up to 86, where we're at 82. Sacramento County, looking at that, is 173. And then Placer County is 114, which they just gave them a pretty good substantial raise. Is that correct or not
They're all
correct?
Now, I'll mention that Butte County, they're not one of our 5 comparators.
Right.
However, the statement that you made about their increase, and I don't know the percentage, but it seems like they almost doubled their salary. That's accurate.
That is accurate then, huh? Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of curious and stuff on it because I know we've been behind for a long, long time, on this. But Amador County, based on what they're making, even more than we are, and they're part-time. They're part-time supervisors. So.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrero.
Remind me who are our comparators, counties?
Amador, Napa, Placer, Sacramento, and Yolo.
Placer and Sac and Yellow. All right. Thank you.
Other questions at this time? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Ms. Parlin?
Oh, can we make comments?
Of course.
too? Okay,
Yes,
just
yes.
questions. Okay.
Sorry.
I'm waiting. I'll be honest. I hate having to come up here and talk about our own salary. It's really awkward. But I've been pretty consistent in my thinking. I've said it many times. I feel like the board should just follow along with the same compensation philosophy that the rest of the county does and the rest of our employees. To me, that seems very fair and doesn't put us above or below anyone. So when we were on the agenda for our raise back in November of 2024, at that time, I felt the negotiation, I know I took the lead on that conversation then. It felt that the negotiations with some of the bargaining units were a little bit tenuous, I guess is the right word. And so I felt, as a move of goodwill, we put off taking our salary increase at that time, hoping to show that, we'll go last in the round and see where everybody else lands on things. But we did at that time give the unrepresented 3% to show them that, we didn't want them to have to wait because things were getting kind of prolonged. So that's kind of why we did what we did back then. And so I see this as, what would you call it? The end of that last round of negotiations. And so that's why I feel that the 4% additional for unrepresented does make sense because we started them off at the 3, not knowing where everybody else was going to land. And now we know, I guess, am I correct? Is OE3 ended up with 7 total. Is that right? So that's why we got 7 before us today. And then to increase our salary by the 7% to me is like the end of this last round. And going forward, I think it's been made very clear that we're going to start looking at data-driven negotiations and the hard to fills and looking at how, all these different pieces of data instead of these straight across the board, because you hear that often in conversations. Dispatchers come up a lot. So again, that's a hard to fill. And I really, we've tried to recognize that, but it was just really difficult this last round because we were already on that methodology. So I support this today. I also will say, I have asked a few people over the years if they would run for Board of Supervisors, and they look at me like I've got a third eye because they're like, not only is your job really difficult, Lori, you guys get paid nothing. And I this notion that we only show up on Tuesdays and have board meetings, that is so far from reality. I can't tell you how many hours I spend, I don't know, maybe I'm a slow learner and I need more time to do things, but I also have a really big district. And so, I'm out there on weekends with my constituents. I'm there on evenings. I have a lot of meetings here, and therefore I don't have time to read my agenda materials until the weekends. I have tried setting aside Fridays for agenda materials, and I can't make it work because I need to meet with constituents and staff. So there aren't enough hours in the day. Someone did some math for me and they go, Lori, technically you make like $3 an hour, all the hours you work. So I just want people to know that, I think we all work really hard, just as all of our employees and staff do. So I think that this makes sense to me. We do have new supervisors potentially coming. Well, we know we have my seat for sure. I'm terming out. And it's something we need to think about. We always talk about attracting, good employees and stuff. Well, we need to attract good supervisors too. And there's folks out there that I think would have been really good, and you just said absolutely not. So, and maybe that's why other counties are starting to boost theirs up. I would not want to go that high. That seems like a huge, but I'm just saying, to me, the 7% completely makes sense. We're just aligning with what our employees are doing. So, and I went on and on and on. I know that, but I felt like I really took the lead back in November of 2024. So I feel like we're closing that loop.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Ferrero?
Yeah, I support them both. Regarding the unrepresentative, I think it's our responsibility to look out for all employees, whether they're affiliated with a bargaining unit or a union or not. So I support that. Regarding our salary, ditto, Lori. This is far from, and I wish it was part-time, but it's very far from a part-time job. It was brought up, and I'm sure the comments were addressed to me. I have a pension and I have a small business, and but I choose to work and I choose to serve the county. But I do, expect compensation. And regarding my business, my wife is doing about 95% of everything because I don't have time because I'm here or I'm on the weekends, as you said. We're researching. I take my work with me on vacation. I take it when we go away on weekends. I'm in the hotel room when, my wife is off with the kids, if we're at Utah or wherever visiting. This is every bit of a full-time job, and we do need to, this is a super uncomfortable position to be in, to vote yourself a raise, but I wish we would, and I think you're going to, is maybe try to tie us with a different class, so we don't have to be put in this uncomfortable position. But you do, I talk to people, we're going to have critics and they're going to criticize, but 99% of the people, when I tell them the amount of time I spend and what we're making, they shake their heads and go, you're nuts. And so that will have a effect. We have term limits. So, in a maximum 7 years, I'm out in a max, 3 or 7. And we need to be able to attract, qualified supervisors that want to do this, because, I think that the raise is justified.
I got something.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to say right now, we need to go back to data-driven policies, especially looking at different counties and what they're, because I don't want to end up going through what we went through, especially when people are coming up and talking a lot of stuff towards us. And I just don't want to go through that. And this is the one way we can resolve that problem, by going by data driven. And I agree what Greg was saying. My business I had for 50 years. I couldn't run the business because my business was me. And I couldn't be there because of all the hours and time that I put in doing this job. So that's one reason why I let that business go. I gave it, and I closed my business up. I tried it for 2 years. It didn't work. It did not work. Because I'm dedicated to this position, and all the hours we spend meeting with constituents, reading the agenda. Sometimes the agenda is about a foot thick, it seems like, and there's a lot of research and reading you have to do. So anyway, that's, and I agree, but I think we need to make sure that we never do what we had to go through this last time. Everything has got to be data driven. Okay.
All right. Any other comments from my colleagues?
No.
Prepared to accept a motion?
I'll go ahead and move that we, oh, do you want them separately, right?
Separately, please.
So for item 26, that we move to approve it as recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on item number 26? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Veerkamp registering a no vote.
And now action on item 27, please.
I'll go ahead and move that we approve item 27 as recommended by staff.
There's a motion and a second. Thank you. Is there further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Veerkamp voting no.
Okay, thank you. We have several closed session items. We'll see if we can get a couple of them in before our noon lunch break. Mr. County Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the board will recess into closed session to hear items number 1 through 6 as specified on the agenda.
Thank you. We will go into closed session. Okay, thank you. And welcome back from our lunch break. We are continuing on with our Board of Supervisors meeting, and we are at, hold on, I'm not put together here. Hold on. Okay, so we are at public comment. This is on items not on our agenda today. This is the public's opportunity to speak to the board on any non-agenda items. Open forum. What did I say, public? It is that too. Open public forum. Ms. Dawson.
Okay, we are now taking public comment on open public forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good afternoon.
Linda Colombo, District 2, reading from Paradise by Lizzie Johnson. We left off at Paradise Town Hall. Michael Orr, a local writer, shuffled to the podium, hands jammed into the pockets of his jeans. He directed his attention to the mayor. I've been critical of you for lack of vision in economic things. My criticism today is the same thing. Where were you? The people need you. We're not hearing a word from you. She says, I think I did 25 media interviews yesterday and at least the same amount today, Jones interrupted. Well, thousands of people don't own TVs today, Michael responded. I know, but it's the job I've been given, Jones snapped. There are only so many minutes in the day. Michael continued, you spent the last 2 months talking about how proud you were of the evacuation plan. Are you still as proud of as you were then? Because most of the people coming down off that hill aren't very proud of it. A bunch of them have asked me to come here and ask you to resign. So that's what I'm doing today. Thank you. And he folded his hand over his belly and edged away from the podium. The room fell silent. Thanks for your comments. I'd like to answer that question, Jones said. The plan wasn't perfect, but it actually worked. Without that plan, we would have had hundreds and hundreds more deaths in Paradise. It was chaos, but it was controlled chaos. And I truly believe with all my heart that without that plan, many, many more people would have died. No town or city has the means to evacuate every person at the same time. You can't build infrastructure big enough to do that. So I'm going to interject my own thoughts right here. In the rush to accommodate low-income housing residents, the safety of everyone has been thrown to the wayside. The concept fits perfectly into the urban and suburban areas of the state where infill and infrastructure that can accommodate increased traffic and provide employment within a viable distance exists. Rural communities, by their nature, cannot fulfill the demands required to assimilate hundreds of additional housing units due to narrower roadways, insufficient sewage, and water supplies. Less industrial or commercial opportunities, and in the foothills of California, more topographic challenges and increased fire danger. Rural El Dorado County has become a dumping ground for SB 35 affordable housing. It is as if there is a concept to sneak it in. A look at Diamond Springs, which is federally designated community at risk, established in Gold Rush days at the top of the 1,000-foot Martinez Creek Canyon, which is peppered with blocks of Bureau of Land Management land, has basically been ignored and left to increase fuel loads that could easily explode when the Delta breezes whistle up the canyon. The greater population increase, my goodness sakes, no appeals, no notification to the surrounding public of the dangers inherent in something as simple as affordable housing streamlining, no responsible party to turn to. Our Board of Supervisors seems to have its hands tied since SB 35 was written by state politicians and
Thank you,
signed by
Linda.
the governor.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank Deputy Oakes for a little issue I had down at my house, and I think he needs the recognition.
Thank
He
you.
solved the problem great. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just want to let you know that Saturday we had a presentation by Brandon Badeker, our county geologist, at 515 Main Street. Brian Veerkamp bless his heart. He got us that in his work, got us into that building. And guess what? We had over 50 people in there. The place looks like a museum now. There were volunteers essentially took that room, that big room that used to be the post office, and turned it into this wonderland of minerals and gems. And we're going to have a series, February, March, April, about every 2 weeks, Saturday, 1 to 4. There's going to be 6 total. 1 was Saturday, so 5 left, to be able to have the kids. We had a lot of kids there, and they loved it because we have a kids area where they can have, where it's white sand, that really nice sand, in a little box, and there's things in there that they can go in and find. So they are hands-on, interactive. We got stuff there for just about every age group, including seniors, George. We all want this to be, we have a name for it, Scott. It's called the Post Discovery Center, 515 Main Street, Placerville. Thank you, Brian.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Leo Bennett Koshan, El Dorado County. Thank you for this open public forum, which gives me the chance to address a non-agenda item, emphasis added now, in your jurisdiction. I could go on other tangents, but I won't. So my excerpt is taken from the League of Cities. It is subtitled The Public's Business, and I'm calling it Reach for the Ceiling. So in 1952, a San Francisco Chronicle reporter wrote a 10-part series that out of which came the decision to push for a new state open meeting law. Harris and Richard Bud Carpenter, who was the lead counsel for the League of California Cities, drafted such a bill, and Assembly member Ralph M. Brown agreed to carry it. The legislature passed the bill, and Governor Earl Warren signed it into law in 1953. The Brown Act is a floor, not a ceiling, for the conduct of public officials. The Brown Act allows a legislative body to adopt practices and requirements for greater access to the meetings for itself and its various committees. A local policy could build on basic Brown Act goals, the legislative's body to get its business done smoothly, the public's right to participate meaningfully in meetings and to review the documents used in decision-making at a relevant point in time, a local agency's right to confidentially address certain business matters, and the right of the press to fully understand and communicate public agency decision-making. An explicit and comprehensive public meeting and informations policy, especially if reviewed periodically, can be an important element in maintaining or improving public relations. A narrow legalistic approach will not avoid or resolve potential consequences. An agency should consider going beyond the law and look at its unique circumstances and determine if there's a better way to prevent potential problems and promote public interest. At the very least, local agencies need to think how their agendas are structured in order to make the Brown Act compliance easier. They need to plan carefully to make sure public participation fits smoothly into the process. There is a quote that I would like to add. It is from the federal court in 1990, and it states, "Citizens have an enormous First Amendment interest in directing speech about public issues to those who govern." Thank you for taking my comment and for your patience for all of us addressing you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address the board on non-agenda items? Seeing none, may we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor again, and I want to add, as president of Eldorado Gold 1848, thank you to Supervisors Veerkamp, Turnbull, and Parlin for helping us to supporting the Eldorado Gold 1848 nonprofit to acquire the building at 515 for the community's use. And then anyway, so I want to thank you for your vote on number 20, but it brings me to the point that I'm asking that you retract the resolution that you passed that gives the planning director complete authority over deciding SB 35 projects. They're not
These are
objective.
supposed to be comments on items not on the agenda.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm talking about, that's not on the agenda.
Item
So
number 20?
I just said, okay, hold my time because you're taking it. I said, thank you, but here's what I'm talking about, okay?
Okay.
So I'm talking about objective standards are what the planning is supposed to adhere to when they approve a project. So in the Koki Lane project, they didn't abide by the road capacity requirements, the drainage. I don't know what happened to the fire plan. These are things that are objective standards that have to be met. Parking, water, sewer, design review, historic design standards. Much of these things are being blown off by the planning department. And even with that project, it has historic design standards. And just because they're currently guidelines does not mean that the project in a historic district does not have to be architecturally historical. Georgetown won a lawsuit against the county on that very issue. You need to rescind your policy to allow that allows planning to exclusively approve these without the light of day. These projects need to be scrutinized by the Planning Commission, which is allowed by SB 35, and the public, who you represent, in order to give decision bodies better information. Neighbors and public often have more knowledge about the land around them that the board is not privileged to. To exclude the public from this process is detrimental to the future of El Dorado County. People in El Dorado County want projects that are compatible with their community, not invasive or impacting or dangerous to their health and safety. I ask that this board rescind that resolution, bring these projects back to the light of day to make sure that they comply with objective standards. And that should be done with the scrutiny of the public and the Planning Commission. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification also.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Hello. Yeah, Ken Greenwood here from District 235. Can you hear?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to remind you all that, well, the lady poured it out earlier with the issue up in Paradise and the inadequacy of our potential evacuation routes is going to be very heavily impacted by this potential doubling of land use density. Also, I would like to remind us that a 1 mile radius for cell towers would probably be a really good idea, since that's the affected public and people will either want them or not. And it's the only fair thing to do to let them all know that this is coming their way. Item 2 would be no to the project down on Bass Lake Road. I can't ever remember it, but it's got a pretty name, but it's a pretty ugly project, way too high of density. And then also one of the remaining sections of the Lincoln Highway would be destroyed to put in a sewer line. And, oh yes, early warning, if you will, early notice for public hearings or projects prior to noticing the public hearing really would help the planning process, and people could get much more involved and you'd have a better project at the end of the day. Thank you very much. And today is not a great day for skiing, but we'll probably give it a try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. Um, First of all, lots of great comments today, and so well done to everybody who's calling in. And then Ken, just to let you know, that project's called Town and Country, so you can remember. My main reason for calling in today, actually, I would like to check the status of the Planning Commission bylaws. So I haven't heard anything. The last update and discussion on it was in mid-August of last year. And I haven't seen anything come through. It was supposed to come back where supervisors and planning commissioners were going to meet together to get planning commission feedback. So I would really like to have an understanding of potentially when that would come back out. In particular, I'm interested in the change to a 9 o'clock start time. So thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead and bring this back. Madam CAO or our planning and building, did you have a comment on the planning commission bylaws?
I think I'll ask Karen Garner to stand up for that.
Yeah, good afternoon. Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. I don't have an exact date, but we are scheduling that here pretty soon to go back to Planning Commission for review. We had some discussions internally and with ad hoc, and we've got a draft now that's ready to go back. So I anticipate, I was just checking with staff to see if we have a date, and I'll get back to you, but I think it's within the next month or two that it'll be with Planning Commission and then come back to the board.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to our 1 o'clock public hearing. This is item number 29, planning and building. Ms. Dawson, would you read this into the record?
Of course. Item number 29 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Code Enforcement Division, recommending the board adopt and authorize a chair to sign a resolution placing a lien on the property located at 3369 Patterson Way, El Dorado Hills, for the outstanding fees for code enforcement cases and structural abatement at the subject address in the amount of $12,321.63. Supervisor Lane, can you please open the hearing?
Thank you. And I should have gone ahead and opened the public hearing before that, but we'll just pretend like I did. Okay, so I'd like to welcome Nicholas Hewer here, who's from Code Enforcement. Welcome.
Thank you.
Take it away.
All right. Well, good afternoon, honorable board members, CAO, and county council. My name is Nicholas Hewer. I'm the acting code enforcement supervisor. Today, I'm here for the hearing on behalf of the Planning and Building Department, Code Enforcement Division, recommending that the board authorize and adopt the resolution 036-2026, placing a lien on the property owners and the property located at 3369 Patterson Way, which is in El Dorado Hills, California, identified by the assessor's parcel number 120164006. It is currently owned by Tours Irene M. Trust and Ravenswood Investments Trust for the outstanding code enforcement fees and structural abatement costs at this address in the amount of the $12,321.63. How we got here was the property was first reported to code enforcement in June of 2024. Upon inspection by the code enforcement officer, determined that the property was vacant at the time, and it was secured, but there was also a unmaintained pool in the backyard. Due to the condition of the property, code enforcement deemed the building to be vacant in violation of our ordinance 9.02.600 sequential, which states that no owner shall allow a building designed for human occupancy or use to be vacant without active maintenance for more than 30 days. At this time, code enforcement red tagged that structure in the house and tagged it vacant. And this was part of the requirements for monitoring the property in accordance with our 9.06.600 code. Moving forward into February of 2025, we sent off the notice and orders to the property owners for the vacant building violations, and we received no response or corrective actions were taken by the property owners. In April of 2025, a notice to abate was issued and posted on site by code enforcement, notifying the property owners again that these violations occurred and there needed to be some remedial action. They were given a date in which to abide by that notice to abate, and the owners did not respond or take any corrective action. While we were posting a statement in September of 2025, the officer observed broken windows and additional intrusion into that structure. Code enforcement staff made numerous attempts to try and reach the property owners or the responsible parties for this, and we had no contact or response. We were notified at the time that the property is going through a bankruptcy court, which kind of hindered our efforts into reaching out to a responsible party. In October 8th of 2025, code enforcement officers obtained an abatement warrant to board up and secure the residence, and the abatement warrant was posted at that property. Through the coordinated efforts from October 10th through October 13th, facilities, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, boarded up and fenced off the property per the El Dorado County Ordinance. On October 21st, 2025, we were notified by the bankruptcy trustee that the property was being listed for sale, and we received final invoice and cost from facilities in December of 2025 for the work performed boarding up and securing that property. Approval of this resolution will allow the outstanding fees to be placed on the responsible parties of the Tours Irene M Trust and the Ravenswood Investment Trust, and not to burden future purchasers of this property. If the board chooses not to adopt this resolution establishing the lien on the current owners of this property, this will result in loss of revenue owed to code enforcement and from the work performed by the facilities department. So again, I'm asking the board to approve the resolution for the lien in the amount of the $12,321.63. And I do want to give a big thank you to the CAO's office and facilities, my code enforcement staff, planning and building admin staff, just worked tremendously. This was our first joint effort with facilities, and it went amazing. So looking forward to the next one. So thank you.
I have a list. I'm just kidding. Are there any clarifying? No, I'm not. Are there any clarifying questions of my colleagues at this time?
No questions.
No, just a comment to say, I think generally speaking, most people love it when property owners are able to, bring their property into compliance. And I know code enforcement and planning goes out of their way to help people, but sometimes when the property owners aren't able and it becomes a nuisance, and I'm talking these public nuisance type properties, the neighbors are always so thankful. So it's hard to do, but when somebody's not capable and the situation is dangerous, thank you so much for taking care of these kind of properties. It's appreciated by the folks that are surrounding them. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Ferrero.
Yeah, that went out there, that house, it's been a long time since I've seen a house in that bad a shape. It is usually after a structure fire. It was in horrible shape. It was unsafe. As you mentioned, there's a pool that was open to the public, green water. I believe it looked like there might have been campfire inside the house, graffiti, all the windows are broken out. We were getting complaints from the neighbors. So, I think $12,000 is, I expected us to be collecting more, to be honest with you. But thank you for taking care of this, and you did it pretty rapidly. And it was a true hazard to public health. There's no doubt about it.
Any other comments, my colleagues? Okay, just one quick question of that 12,000, is some of that fines?
No, none of those are fines. Those are all the costs associated with county council, building and planning, code enforcement, and facilities.
So when we abate the property, wouldn't it make sense to roll in the costs of the abatement and the fines received to date and do a lien for the whole amount?
And currently, our fines are administrative penalties, and so we're not able to place liens on
Okay.
those administrative fines.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
this is just for the costs that the county incurred.
Okay. Understood. Okay, seeing no other clarifying questions, we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment as this is a public hearing. Ms. Dawson.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 29. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining them via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public in the room that would like to speak to the board on item number 29? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to Zoom, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey, Linda Campbell. First of all, I have no issues with this, but I would actually ask if it's in bankruptcy, then it's probably going through auction or short sale, which means you're not going to get normal funds for it. So what priority, if we put a lien, what priority for funding do we fall within? Because it's going to sell pretty short. So just generally in comparison to other potential lien holders, do we actually have the ability, do we think, to retrieve these funds? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring this item back to the board. Did you want to have a response on our ability to collect on this lien, given that it's in bankruptcy?
That would be probably up to county council, and don't know if there's other liens on the property from other entities and the order of those things.
Agreed. Yeah, I don't really know if I can speak to it since I don't know what other liens there are, but maybe more generally in response to Ms. Campbell's question, if there are pre-existing liens on the property, we would be in subordinate position to those. So if there's insufficient monies, then our recovery would likely be compromised as a result.
Got it. Okay, I'll bring this item back to the board for further deliberation and/or action.
I'll make a motion to approve the item 29 to approve the resolution 036-2026.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Do we anticipate having any report outs on the remainder of our closed session items?
I do not. And also, just to be clear for Kim's purposes, we did hear item 6 in closed session earlier, and there was no action to report out of that item.
Oh, right. Thank you. I forgot about that. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so then a question to the board. We skipped doing the to and froms last week. I think we were running short on time. Oh, maybe you did some abbreviated ones, but do you want to do to and froms now?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Ferrero, you want to start us off?
I've got a list. I'll just go quickly. Last week we had El Dorado County Transportation Commission meeting. I sat on the NACO's Justice and Public Safety Steering Committee conference call last week. On January 21st, going back a bit, we had a Behavioral Health Commission meeting. A couple weeks ago, attended the El Dorado Hills Fire Department Wildland Committee meeting where they discussed their strategy for wildland risk. I attended and participated in my first new employee orientation, welcoming new employees a couple weeks ago. Met with PG&E, attended the Gateway Development Scoping meeting, attended a Costco public meeting with that Costco hosted at the Oak Meadows School in conjunction with Buckeye School down in El Dorado Hills. And we attended the El Dorado Hills Chamber Lunch last week.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Veerkamp.
Yes, attended a Fair Board meeting last week where the board directed staff to write a letter to the city opposing a rezone of a parcel in the vicinity of the fairgrounds. It's along there by the New Morning. So it sits on that hill going out New Morning Road. But they took a stance to write a letter to the city. On the 5th, we had our transit and EDC TC meetings, which most of you were involved with as well. On the 6th, Supervisor Turnbull and myself attended the Transit Bus Wrap Award Ceremony at Gold Trail School, our alma mater, which raised a few eyebrows.
Especially how old we are.
George, I wasn't going to say anything.
They had schools back then?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no. I think the paddle's still there somewhere that they used on George. I never got it. And then, yeah, no, I got it. On the 9th, new employee orientation, I had asked as well that maybe HR come up with sort of a list of talking points for all of us to share so we're more consistent. He did, and it went very well, and again, I appreciate that. And then the SACOG Policy and Innovation Meeting, which Alice is the chair for that group, our mutual friend from Auburn. And then in the afternoon, a SACOG strategic planning session. Most of the information shared was around state and federal advocacy and what's going on there currently, which you all probably pretty well know. So, yeah, but we're trying to move in a direction to get some things done that would benefit all of us in a meaningful manner. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, there's a lot of meetings at department heads, and like Brian said, we were there at the bus wrap, and it was kind of interesting, actually. Actually, there was first place, and then another student took third. So it was really amazing, and then basically the parents were on the bus, and she was surprised by that. She didn't speak, Barry. She was really quiet. But it was a great event, and I appreciate everything that El Dorado Transit did to move this forward. And I hope other schools will get more involved. I think it would be a benefit to all. Anyway, and then also I had, there's all kinds of different meetings. We had transit and also transportation meeting. We also had a LAFCO meeting, Ryan, which, remember that? We kind of forgot that, but that's okay. So a lot of meetings going on, and then also I had attended this prayer, EDC prayer event is what it was. And let's see. And also Heather Hadwick is working on some funding for Walt Tyler School in Grizzly Flat because they're about $2.5 million to $3 million shortfall. So she's working on something to put in her part of her budget to be able to help fund that, because those poor kids got to ride an hour to school and an hour home each day. So they're on the bus a long, long time. So this will prevent that. So I just want to thank her for helping me with this, and hopefully we can get this funding. That's all I have.
Great. Okay. Ms. Parlin.
Yeah, just really mostly for the public. At the Transportation Commission meeting last week, our executive director reported out that he and I had meetings with Tykert Construction because they are looking at a realignment of Highway 49 there at the quarry. And so we kind of put it out there so that the public is aware. We're planning on having public meetings in the community out there in Cool, so everybody is on board and understands what it is. Given the concerns folks have had over the years about Highway 49, I think that people are going to actually like this project, which will be nice for a change, but we'll see. And it's going to benefit both Tykert and the community. And then the other thing that was reported out, which I'm really excited about, is also out there on Highway 49. It's our favorite at the confluence. At the new roundabout on the Auburn side, our executive director, Deloria, worked with the city of Auburn, I believe it was, and they're going to get some signage at the roundabout to remind big semi trucks that they shouldn't be going down that road, and the roundabout will be their last chance to turn around and not get stuck in all their hairpins. So I'm looking forward to those signs going up, and maybe the poor public won't have to deal with stuck semis anymore. So that's about all I have.
Great. And the only item I just would like to bring to the attention of the board is that the Tahoe Transportation District last week voted to amend the work plan and include the Emerald Bay Pilot Project. So that was a big step for us.
That's really good.
Yeah. that
Madam
was
Chair, I
cool.
do have one go back if I could. LAFCO, which was very important, approved the resolution for the annexation of El Dorado County Fire and Diamond Springs Fire. That starts the 60-day protest period. They excellent job in the 3.5 years to get it to this point. I don't believe there's going to be any significant protest whatsoever. And just a good thing. Everything was done right, and it was a very, very positive thing for fire service in El Dorado County.
Oh, that's good. Thank you for that report out, because we've been kind of following that process over the last several years. So thank you. That's a good one. It's a good model of how to do things well.
Yep.
I'll turn to our CAO and ask, do you have any update for us?
I'll just note that County Council and I did have an opportunity to sit down with representatives from Marshall Hospital about the sales tax measures that some of us are starting to hear about now in the public. And so happy to share with any of the board members what we learned through that process.
Excellent. Thank you.
Do they plan on having any kind of a big community hoopla to tell everybody what they're doing? Or did you guys hear that from them? Nothing? No? Okay.
Not that they shared. I know they're having many individual meetings. I believe they are speaking to Georgetown Fire this
Okay.
Friday.
Okay. And then are we like dark maybe for a couple weeks or something?
We are. We have a holiday on Monday, so county offices will be closed. And then we'll return on March 3rd for our next board meeting.
Woohoo.
It's gonna be July before you know it.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move back into closed session to hear items 1 through 5.